This is part 2 of the story. The dragons survived, the wolves protected them, and for years Winterfell kept the biggest secret in Westeros buried under snow. But no secret stays buried forever. Viserys is no longer just a hidden boy with a false name. Daenerys is no longer just a quiet girl beneath a hood. They have grown under Stark protection, surrounded by wolves, watched by ravens, and shaped by a north that was never meant to raise dragons. And now, the world is starting to notice. A singer comes to Winterfell with songs on his tongue and secrets in his eyes. Varys begins pulling at the truth. Tywin Lannister starts sniffing for what should have died after the rebellion. And Ned Stark realizes the lie he built to save 2 children may soon become a war. Because Daenerys is beginning to wake. Not as Sara, not as a hidden ward, but as Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen. The girl who is saved by wolves may one day ask those wolves to ride with her to the Iron Throne. This is part 2 of What If Ned Stark Took Daenerys and Viserys with him after Robert's Rebellion. Subscribe if you are new on this channel. Also, I can see more than 80% plus people watches our video, but they haven't subscribed yet. If you love the Game of Thrones theories and what ifs, subscribe. It means a lot. Also, if you have any story suggestions, feel free to write below. Now, let's start.
The singer came up the King's Road on a chestnut palfrey in the 8th moon, with a wide red feather in his cap, and a fine high tenor voice, and a polished cherry-wood lute slung across his back. And he came in by the south gate of the winter town, just at the supper bell. And the children ran to him in the street, as children always run to a singer. And the singer threw small copper coppers and laughed his pretty bright laugh. His name, he said, was Lothar Brunn. It was a name he had given to so many people in so many cities that he had almost begun to believe it. He was not, in fact, Lothar Brunn. He was a man who had once been Lothar Brunn, briefly, in a story he had told a magister in Pentos for the pleasure of seeing the magister's eyebrows climb. He was, more truly, an unnamed man with a high tenor voice, 4 hidden daggers, and a small black bird tattooed on the inside of his left thigh. The bird was the size of a thumbnail. The bird was the only honest thing about him. He had been sent up the King's Road by his master in the spring with a simple instruction: sing, listen, bring me back what you hear. He had spent 2 moons at White Harbor, 3 weeks at the Twins, and a moon at the Long Lake Village, where he had noticed 2 important things. The 2 important ones were these. The first, that the household of Lord Stark of Winterfell had a small girl ward of 7 or 8 years who wore a hood at all times, and whose mother had been, by the version of the story that the village wives told over their boiled cabbage, a Dornish washerwoman. There were Dornish washerwomen. There were certainly hooded children. But the village wives, when pressed, could not name the woman who had been the washerwoman, and when pressed harder, could not say with any confidence in which year the child had been born, and when pressed harder still would say, with the small, uneasy laugh of a country woman who suspects her gossip has been passing on a polite story, that they did not like to ask Lord Stark's people anyway, because Lord Stark's people did not encourage the asking. The second, that the household of Lord Stark of Winterfell had a foster son of 17 or 18 years who answered to the name Wystan Manderly, and who looked, by every account, nothing at all like any Manderly the village had ever seen. The singer who was not Lothar Brunn made his small, careful notes. He came up to Winterfell with his pretty laugh and his red feather. He paid for a room at the inn at the south gate. He sang in the inn that night. He sang in the inn the next night. On the 3rd night, he was invited up to the great hall of Winterfell to sing for Lord Stark and his lady. He went, of course. He was Lothar Brunn for the evening. He bowed to the lord and bowed to the lady, and sang 4 songs of the Riverlands and one of the West, and a careful selection of 3 northern songs that he had taken pains to learn correctly. He saw Lord Stark's children at the children's bench. A tall, solemn, red-haired boy, a tall, solemn, dark-haired boy, 2 girl children of various sizes, a very small boy on a nurse's lap, and at the Lord's high table, not at the children's bench. A tall young man of 17 or 18 with dark hair and a long jaw and a small iron token at his collar. He looked at this young man for some time. The young man did not look at him. The young man, in fact, was very deliberately not looking at him. The young man was looking at a small piece of bread on his trencher with an attention that the bread did not entirely merit. The young man's face, in the firelight, when one looked at it sideways, was a face the singer had seen before. It was a face the singer had seen, very briefly, in a small painted miniature in his master's small carved cabinet in King's Landing. The miniature had been of a Targaryen prince of 9, in a dragonstone tunic, with a small toy dragon in his lap. 18 years on, the boy in the miniature would be sitting at a high table in a northern hall. He was sitting there now. The singer kept his face perfectly composed. He sang 3 more songs. He was applauded. He was given a gold dragon by the Lady Catelyn, and a small additional silver from the Lord, who said in his quiet northern way that he had enjoyed the song about the Maiden of the Trident in particular, and the singer thanked him and bowed, and was led out by a steward with all the courtesy due his trade. In the small chamber given him for the night above the bakehouse, the singer who was not Lothar Brun sat on the edge of the bed and breathed in and out slowly, 3 times. Then he took a small folded paper out of the false bottom of his lute case, and he wrote on it, in a tiny careful hand, in the cipher of the small black bird. The boy is alive. The girl is alive. The girl is hooded. The boy is at the high table. The hair on the boy is dyed, but the bones are his father's. The Lord knows. The lady knows. The household knows. The Meister knows. I will look once for confirmation of the girl, then I will go. He folded the paper into a small square. He tied the small square into the inside of his hatband, behind the red feather. He blew out the candle. He lay down. He slept the sleep of a man who has been on the road 5 moons and has at last earned a real bed. He did not, of course, hear the small gray shape that ghosted past his door that night, in soft slippers, and stood for a long, careful quarter-hour in the corridor outside his chamber listening to him breathe before going on. The gray shape was Meister Luwin. The Meister had been told by a small blind woman in the kitchen named Anna that the singer's eyes had been very bright at the high table when the boy Wystan had passed the salt. Anna, being blind, had heard rather than seen. She had heard a singer pause just for a heartbeat in the middle of a sung line when a young man's name had been said. The pause had been the size of a held breath. Most of the high hall had not noticed. Anna had. Anna had a way of hearing held breaths. Meister Luwin came up to the Lord's chamber after his quiet quarter-hour. He did not bother with knocking on this occasion. He let himself in. Eddard was at the window. Catelyn was on the bed. Both turned at the soft click of the door. Luwin. My lord, the singer is one of the eunuch's birds. The room did not move. After a moment, Catelyn said, Are you certain? As certain as a blind woman's ear can make me. Lana. Yes, my lady. Ned drew breath. And what does the bird sing of, Luwin? That, my lord, I cannot say. I would, however, like very much to look in his hatband. His hatband. Birds carry messages, my lord. M.H. A small silence. Then Ned said, Take it, Luwin, tonight. Yes, my lord. Without his knowing, if you can. With his knowing, if you must. He is not to leave Winterfell with that hat with whatever is in it. Yes, my lord. And, Luwin, do not. My lord. Do not kill him. My lord. He is a singer, Luwin. He is not a swordsman. He is a man with a lute and a clever tongue. The eunuch will know when he does not return that we have killed him, and the eunuch will use that in some clever way against us. But the eunuch will know in any case if we keep him here. We can either kill him quickly and clean and bury him in the wolf's wood with no name on the stone, and let the eunuch believe he was taken by brigands on the King's Road, which is what he will tell the world the eunuch told him to look for, and which is therefore what the world will, with luck, believe, or we can let him sing his last song to himself in his chamber in the morning and ride out the south gate at noon as a man who saw nothing. The latter is the better plan. He sings well. He lives. He goes home with a song about a Dornish washerwoman and a Manderly cousin and a small gray castle that is exactly as it has always been. The eunuch will read the report. The eunuch may believe it. The eunuch may not. The eunuch will, in any case, not be able to act on it without proof, and we have given him no proof. Better, my lord, that the eunuch read a song than read a corpse. Are you with me, Luwin? I am with you, my lord. Good. There is one matter. Yes. His report, in his hatband, will not be a song. No. It will be the truth. The truth as he has heard it. The truth, my lord, is what we cannot let the eunuch raid. M.H. My lord, I would propose. Tell me. I will take the report from his hatband tonight. Without his knowing, I hope. I will read it. I will replace it with a different report. A report I will write in his cipher, the cipher of the small black birds which I have, with help, half broken, saying what we wish him to say. That the boy at the high table is unremarkable. That the girl ward is a hooded child of a Dornish washerwoman, as the village says. That nothing of interest passed in the great hall. That the singer goes south with 3 gold dragons and a song about the maiden of the trident. The singer will not know his hatband has been searched, nor that his report has been changed. He will hand the false report to his master in 2 moons' time. His master will rate it. The master will, perhaps, believe a portion of it. The master will, perhaps, not. But the master will have to act on what he has, and he will have only what we have written. He will, in any case, no longer trust this particular bird, because the bird's report will not match the small whispers his other birds will be sending up. He will set the bird aside. He will use a different bird next time. We will have, my lord, a season. Ned closed his eyes. Luwin. My lord. You can do this. I can do this, my lord. I have been preparing the cipher for a year. You have been preparing the cipher of the little birds for a year. Yes, my lord. I had thought it might prove useful. I see now that it has. Ned looked at him a long time. Then he laughed, very quietly, a short, unsmiling laugh. He shook his head once. Luwin, he said, you are a more dangerous man than I realized. My lord, I am a very tired old man with a quill. I am not dangerous, I am only useful. I would prefer it that way. As you say, do it, tonight. Yes, my lord. Maester Luwin went out. The chamber was silent for a while. Catelyn looked at her husband. 46 letters, she said quietly. 47, after tonight. You are building a great many bridges, Eddard. I am building a great many small ones. I am hoping that, when the day comes, 1 or 2 of them will hold. They will hold, my love. I hope so, Cat. The singer who was not Lothar Brunn woke at dawn to the smell of warm bread. He blinked. He sat up. He put on his boots and his cloak. He took up his hat with the red feather. He went down to the inn yard. His palfrey was saddled. His saddlebag was full. There was a small cloth bundle of road bread tucked into one side of the bag, and a fresh skin of watered wine in the other. The grooms were polite. The innkeep wished him a fair journey. Lord Stark's steward had paid his bill. He rode out the south gate of the winter town at dawn. He sang as he rode. He rode south down the King's Road toward Castle Serwyn. He sang one of his northern songs and one of his riverland songs, and at the third hour of his ride he stopped at the side of the road to water the horse, and he took out his small folded paper, and he checked his cipher, and his cipher was as he had left it. The small folded paper said exactly what he had written the night before. The small black bird tattoo on his thigh was as quiet and small as ever. He did not know that a slim old maester in a tower in Winterfell, even now, was reading another small folded paper that was not quite his, and was smiling a thin, tired, professional smile. He sang on. In Winterfell, when the singer was 3 days down the road and could no longer be turned around without making a great deal of noise, Maester Luwin came up to the Lord's chamber with the small singer's true report folded between 2 sheets of clean paper and laid it on the desk before Eddard Stark. Ned read it. He read it twice. Luwin. Yes, my lord. He saw a great deal. Yes, my lord. The bones of the boy's father. Yes, my lord. He has eyes, that one. His master, I am afraid, has eyes also. He saw the boy at one supper, Luwin. He named the man. He named the bones. Yes, my lord. Then we have less time than we thought. 5 years, my lord. As I said before. Perhaps 6. The eunuch will not move on this report. The eunuch is patient. The eunuch will wait until he has 3 or 4 such reports from 3 or 4 such birds, and then he will go very quietly to whoever can use the news against you. He will not, I think, go to the king. He will go to a different player. He will perhaps go to Lord Tywin Lannister. He will perhaps go to the queen. He will keep the news, and he will spend it carefully. On the day a great deal of trouble will buy him a great deal of advantage. The years are buying us, my lord. They are also buying him. A small silence. Then Ned said, Luwin. Yes. I want you to write 3 more letters in my hand tonight. The first to Howland Reed, recalling him to Winterfell at his earliest convenience. The second to Lord Wyman Manderley, asking him to begin gathering quietly what he can of small ships in the autumn at White Harbor. The third to my brother Benjen at the Wall, asking after the watch's strength on the eastern shore and on the Bay of Seals. And, Luwin. Yes. A fourth, to my friend in the small low house on the canal in Bravos, a short note, 3 words. Tell me. The words are, we are coming. The maester looked at him a moment. Yes, my lord. The 4 letters went out the next morning, one by one, an hour apart, from 4 different windows of Maester Luwin's tower. They were not noticed. That same week Howland Reed came up the King's Road on his small mountain pony with 2 of his men behind him, and arrived at Winterfell on a still bright cold morning with his green eyes very steady, and his thin brown face held in its usual small careful shape. He was given a hot supper, a chamber, and a long quiet hour with the lord and the lady in the lord's chamber. He listened, he was told, he nodded. He said when Ned was done, My lord, the neck is still mine. The neck is yours when you need it. There is, I am told, a road through the high marshes that no Bolton scout has ever found and that I will not name in this room because rooms have ears even in your house. The road runs from the King's Road at the causeway to the Bight. There is a small dock on the Bight in a bog. There is a small ship that will be there in 6 moons with my pennant. The ship will sail east. It will sail east a good many times, in fact, to a great many places, because we will not let any one ship be trusted with a great cargo. The cargo will not be on any of them at the time we say. Howland, my lord, that is a great deal of arrangement. It is. I have been making it for some years. You knew. I have suspected. I have thought, my lord, for some time, that the day might come when a small girl-child of pale eyes would ride south through the neck on her brother's saddle. I would have her ride safely when she does. I have been making the arrangements. I have not asked you whether they should be made because I knew you had your own. I have made mine alongside. We will use them or we will not. Either way the map is laid. Howland Reed. Yes, my lord. I love you very much. My lord, please, I am embarrassed. It is the wine. It is not the wine. The Cranogman almost smiled. Almost. He took up his cup, he drank. He said, after a while, "There is one further thing, my lord, which you should know." Yes. Lord Tywin Lannister has, this last spring, sent a man to Pentos. The man stayed 3 weeks. The man met, while he was there, with one Magister Illyrio Mapotes, of whom you have perhaps heard. M.H. The Magister, my lord, is a friend of certain ancient dragons. He has been in the practice for some years of being friends with whoever might benefit him, and he has, by all accounts, been keeping a private hand of cards which he has not yet shown anyone. Some of the cards, I am told, were once Targaryen cards. They are still, perhaps, Targaryen cards. The Lord Tywin Lannister, I gather, has begun to ask careful questions about how many of those cards remain. He does not yet know that any of them are in this castle, but he is asking the question. He is, in his way, sniffing, not as Lord Bolton sniffs in the dark with leeches, but as a great cat sniffs along a fence. Tywin. Yes. Of all of them, Tywin. Yes. The man who put 2 children in red cloaks at the foot of the throne. The very same, my lord. A long silence. Then Ned, very quietly. If Tywin gets a hand on the truth before Robert does, it will not be Robert who comes up the King's Road. It will be the Lannister host. It will be the Mountain. It will be Sir Gregor Clegane in this castle with his sword. He will not come for me. He will come for the children. He has come for children before. He has not failed. My lord, I am not afraid of Robert. Robert I can ride south to and beg. Tywin I cannot beg. Tywin I have to fight. My lord, be careful, we do not yet know how much Tywin knows. He is asking. He is not yet doing. He may not come up the King's Road in this season or the next. He may not come at all in your lifetime. He plays a long game also. My counsel, my lord, do nothing in haste. Lay the stones. Lay the small ones. Strengthen your bridges. Speak softly to Lord Bolton when the season requires. Speak softly to the eunuch. Speak softly to the king. Do not raise a banner before you have to. The day you raise a banner, you have committed yourself to a war for which not all your bridges have yet been built. Hold them in your hand. Let them lie in your hand for as long as you can. And, my lord, when the day comes that you must raise the banner. Yes. Raise it tall. Raise it once. Do not waver. Do not, my lord, raise it small. Northmen do not follow small banners. They will follow a tall one all the way to the gates of King's Landing if you raise it. They will follow a small one only as far as the trident. I know, Howland. I know you know, my lord. I say it because there are some mornings when one needs to hear things one already knows, from a friend. Yes. Thank you for the wine, my lord. Thank you for the supper. I will sleep in the south chamber. I will be on the road again at dawn. I will see your courier in the next moon if you have one for me. You will. Good night, Lord Stark. Good night, Lord Reed. Howland rose. He bowed to Catelyn. He went out. The room was silent a long time. Then Catelyn said, very low, Eddard. Yes, my lady. You are going to have to tell her. Sara. Cat. She is 9 years old, my love. She is very smart. She has been told in pieces by Wystan all her life. She knows half of it. She has been waiting to be told the rest. She has been waiting and waiting and waiting, and we have been letting her wait because we did not know how to start. There comes a moment in a child's life when waiting is done to her, my love, instead of for her. She is at it. We have to start. I know. Will you start? I would be at your side. Yes. When? Tomorrow, in the Godswood. With you, with Wystan. We will tell her all of it that she does not already know, slowly, carefully, with the heart tree to witness. Will you come? I will come. Good. The next morning, in the Godswood, in the slow autumn sun under the red leaves of the heart tree, 4 people sat by the black pool. Eddard Stark sat on the moss-covered stone. Catelyn Stark sat beside him in her gray wool cloak. Wystan, 18 now, leaner than he had been at 16, his dark dyed hair grown long enough to be tied back, sat on the flat stone opposite. Sara sat between them on a small folded blanket on the moss, in her hooded gray cloak with the hood pushed back. Her hair, freed of the hood, was the color of moonlight. Her eyes in the slow autumn sun were the color of mountain violets. Wystan reached, very slowly, and took her hand. Sister, he said, today we will tell you everything. She looked up at him. She did not say anything. She nodded. They told her. It took most of the morning. They told her about Dragonstone and the storm and the wreck, about the dead handmaid and Sir Willem Darry and the wolf-cloaked man on the deck, about Wystan as a boy with a knife and a sister in his arms, about a fire on a road and a boy who had agreed not to run, about Robert and the Iron Throne and her father Aerys and her brother Rhaegar and her nephew Aegon, about the Lannisters and the Boltons and the eunuch, about Stannies at the table and brown dye in her eyes, about kitchen boys and singers and faceless men, about the small low house on the canal in Bravos and a small ship in a bog on the Bight, about 47 letters in her foster father's hand. She listened to all of it. When they had finished, she sat very still on her small folded blanket. She did not weep. She did not shake. She did not, for a long while, speak. The wind moved the red leaves above them. Then she looked up at Wystan. Brother. Yes. I am Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen. You are, sister. I am the last of the dragons. Almost, sister. There is the 2 of us. We are, between us, 2 dragons. Yes. She thought. Then she turned and looked at Eddard Stark. Father. Yes, child. You have been my father all my life. I have, child. And you will go on being my father. I will, child. Even when I am queen. He drew breath. Even then, child, he said quietly, if that day comes. It will come. Perhaps. It will come, father. I would like it to come slowly. I would like to be a girl for some time more. I would like to play with Rob and John and Sansa. I would like to climb the heart tree. I would like to ride my own pony all the way to White Harbor. I would like to be Sara still for a time. But the day will come. MH. Father. Yes. On the day it comes, will you ride with me? To where, child? To the Iron Throne. He looked at her. He looked at her for a very long time. He said after a while in a voice she did not entirely understand, "Yes, Daenerys Targaryen. On that day I will ride with you, to wherever it has to be." She nodded, once, gravely. Then she leaned across and put her small, thin arms around his middle and pressed her face against his side. He put his hand on her hair. The hair was the color of moonlight in his palm. The wind moved the red leaves. The heart tree wept its red sap. Somewhere overhead, a single raven banked twice and dropped away to the east. That night, Sara dreamed of the egg. She had dreamed in the last year of fire, the slow, soft fire that did not burn her, and of a great long shape moving in dark water, and once of a city of black towers in the rain. She had told only Wystan, who had told her not to tell anyone else. Tonight she dreamed of an egg. The egg was as long as her forearm and as wide as her foot. The egg was green and bronze, shading at one end to the color of an oak leaf in autumn. The egg was warm. The egg was warm in her dream the way a kitten is warm, the way bread fresh from the oven is warm, not hot, only warm. She held the egg in both her arms in the dream. She put her cheek against the shell. The shell hummed, the way Mira sometimes hummed at her chamber door. In the dream, a voice that was not a voice said her name. Not the name Sara, not even the name Daenerys. A different name. A name she did not, in the morning, remember, but which had felt, at the moment of the saying, exactly hers. She woke. She lay still for a long time looking at the ceiling. The chamber was dark. The fire on the hearth had burned down to red coals. Barina, on the truckle bed in the corner, was breathing slow. After a while, Sara got out of bed, very quietly in her shift, and padded across the cold flags to the small chest at the foot of her bed. She lifted the lid. She felt under the folded gowns. There was a small carved oaken box in the corner of the chest, and in the box, on a silk cloth, were the small things that had come up out of the Wind's Daughter 8 years ago. A small braided ring of silver gilt that had been her mother's, a folded paper that had been her brother's first letter, a fine coiled chain of dragon glass, a little lacquered toy in the shape of a dragon, painted red, with a chip out of one wing. She closed the box. She closed the chest. She stood for a moment looking at the dark window, at the faint glimmer of moon on the snow. She thought, there is an egg somewhere that has my name on it. She thought, one day I will find it. She got back into bed. She slept again. She did not dream of the egg a second time that night, but the warmth of it lingered in her arms for a great while, and when she finally slept it was a deep, clean sleep without dreams. In the morning, when Barina had gone down to fetch hot water, Wystan came in by the back stair and sat on the edge of the bed. "Sister, brother, you did not come to break your fast. I am not hungry. MH, are you all right?" She looked up at him. She thought about saying many things. She said the simplest of them. "Wystan, I dreamed of an egg." He went very still. "Tell me." She told him. He listened to all of it. When she was finished, he sat for a moment with his hands on his knees. Then he got up. He went over to the window. He looked out at the snow. "Sister, Yes. In old Valyria, dragons came to their riders by names. The names were taught to the children by their mothers. The names were taught mostly in dreams. Did your mother? My mother died, Wystan. I never met her. MH. Then perhaps the dream is not a name from her. Then where is it from? From you, sister. From inside you. Or from the egg. I do not know. I am not a Meister, sister. I do not know everything. I know only what Sir Willem told me on the deck of a ship 8 years ago and what I have read in stolen books in our Meister's library since. I know that there were 3 eggs given by Meister Eamon to Princess Rhaenys before she went to Sunspear. I know that there were eggs lost at Summerhall. I know that a magister of Pentos called Illyrio Mapates is rumored to keep 3 eggs in his cellar. 3 eggs. So they say. They are stone by all accounts. They have not hatched. They are old. Wystan. Yes. My egg in the dream was warm. He looked at her. It was a dream, sister. Yes. It was a warm dream. Yes, Wystan. MH. A long silence. He came back across the chamber and sat on the bed. Sister. Yes. Do not, this morning, do not, I beg you, tell anyone else of this dream. Not Meister Luwin. Not Mama, not Father, not yet. Will you keep it for me? For you. For us. All right. I will tell Father in time. I will tell him when I have thought about it. I will tell him perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, but not before I have thought. All right. Sister. Yes. You are very brave. I do not feel brave. That is what brave is, sister, not feeling it. She nodded. She got up. She went down to her bath. Wystan sat on the bed with his hands on his knees for a long time, looking at the chest at the foot of his sister's bed, thinking about 3 eggs in a cellar in Pentos. In the Meister's turret, 2 days later, Meister Luwin laid a small bundle of papers on his desk and sat down at his stool and looked at them for a long time. The papers were copies he had made of every small note the singer had carried in his hatband, lute case, rings, belt, boot heel, and the lining of his cloak brooch. 7 small papers in total. 6 were notes about previous stops. 1 was a fresh report from Winterfell. 1 detail in the previous notes he had not yet shown the Lord. The detail was this, in a small folded note from the singer's stop at the Twins, in the singer's careful cipher. The Frey Lord has been visited last moon by an envoy of the Kingmaker. The envoy has stayed 3 days. The envoy has asked, in particular, after the comings and goings of certain persons of northern blood through the Twins' gates, in the spring 2 moons past. The Frey Lord has received gold in some quantity, and has laughed. The Kingmaker. The Kingmaker was the singer's master's name in his own private cipher for Lord Tywin Lannister. Lord Tywin had sent to Lord Walder Frey in the spring. Lord Walder Frey had sat at his twin gates with gold in his lap. Lord Tywin had asked after Northmen. Meister Luwin folded the note carefully. He took it up to the Lord Solar. He laid it on the desk in front of Eddard Stark without speaking. He waited. Ned read it. Ned read it twice. Then Ned set it down. Luwin. My lord. Tywin is sniffing the twins. Yes, my lord. For Northmen passing through. Yes, my lord. In the spring 2 moons past. Yes, my lord. 2 moons before the singer wrote this. 5 moons before now. 5 moons before now I sent. You sent a courier, my lord, through the Twins to the Eyrie, on the small matter of fostering. I, as the courier, my lord, was, and I say it now in this room, and we will not say it again, Sir Roderick's eldest son's wife's brother, who is a Stark sworn man, who is also, by certain crooked branches of family, a half-cousin of mine and of Lord Tully's, who left Winterfell with letters for both Riverrun and the Eyrie, and was passed through the Twins on the small toll of a copper. He has been home some time. He noticed nothing remarkable on the road. He passed Lord Walder's gate twice. Yes, Lord Walder will have noticed him. Lord Walder notices every horse that crosses his bridges. Lord Walder, having received Lannister gold, will have noted the man's name. Lord Walder will have given the name to Lord Tywin's envoy. Lord Tywin will, by now, have it on a list. My lord. Yes, Luwin. This does not, in itself, mean Lord Tywin knows anything. It means he is asking. He is laying small stones. As we are, he has not yet in any way named our wards. No. But he is asking. He is asking carefully. He has Lord Walder Frey on a small chain. Lord Walder will sing whatever Lord Tywin pays him to sing. Lord Walder will sing it very willingly, my lord, because Lord Walder is a vain old man with too many sons and too few prospects, and Lord Tywin has gold. M.H. And, my lord. Yes. There is the further matter that Lord Tywin's daughter, the Queen, has been heard in certain small chambers of the Red Keep, asking after her brother's old foster-brother in the north, by name, not infrequently, not casually, with an attention, my lord, that does not entirely fit a queen who has not seen the man in 9 years. Cersei. Yes. She is asking after me. Yes. Why? That, my lord, I do not know. There are many possibilities. The most likely, I would say, is the simplest, that her father has spoken to her in some recent month of the northern question, and she has begun to take her own private interest. She is, my lord, a queen who watches her father very closely. Whatever he is collecting, she is also collecting. Whatever he plans to do with it, she may plan to do something else with it. M.H. My lord. Yes. It is autumn. It is not yet winter. The roads are still open. We have, perhaps, until the end of next year. After that, in the deep of winter, no Lannister host comes north because no Lannister host can. The snows will hold them in the riverlands. We have until autumn next, my lord. We have a year. A year? Yes. To do what, Luwin? To finish, my lord, what we have been building for 9 years. The bridges, the boats, the friends, the plans. And after the year. After the year, my lord, we either have a road to walk, or we have a war. Ned was silent for a long while. Then he said, Then we will walk fast, Luwin, while we still walk. Yes, my lord. That same week, in his great stone hall on the rock above the city of Lannisport, Lord Tywin Lannister sat at his ledger with his cold green eyes on a small folded report and his lean, strong hand at the side of his face, and he read the report twice, and he tapped one finger on the ledger, and he wrote in his careful, narrow hand a single word at the top of the page. Possible. Then he turned the page. He read the next report. He wrote a different word at the top of the next page. He went on reading. He did not, that afternoon, send any further inquiries. He did not write any further letters. He had made his small, careful note. He had, in his way, marked the place. He would come back to it. He would come back to it, in his own time, with his own cards, when the playing of them would do the most good. He was in no hurry. He had been waiting 9 years. He could wait one more. In Winterfell, in the quiet of the Lord's chamber, Late on a bright, cold evening, the boy Wystan came up the back stair to the Lord Solar and asked Maester Luwin, who was sitting at the desk with a book of old Valyrian translations on his knee, whether he might borrow the book about the eggs. Maester Luwin looked up. The Maester closed the book. The Maester laid it on his lap. "What eggs, lad?" "You know what eggs, Maester." A small silence. The Maester said very quietly, "Sit down, Wystan." Wystan sat down. The Maester reached behind him to a high small shelf and brought down a small thin volume bound in green calfskin, with a silver dragon stamped on the cover. The volume was very old. The pages, when he opened them, were thin as moth wings. "I had thought," the Maester said, "I would not have to give this to you for another year. Tell me why you want it now." Wystan told him about the dream. The Maester listened all the way through. When Wystan was done, the Maester sat for some time looking at the candle. Then he laid the book on the desk between them and turned it open to a place near the back, and pointed with his quill at a small marginal sketch. The sketch was of an egg, green and bronze, shading at one end to autumn oak. Wystan looked at it. He did not say anything. The Maester said very quietly, "It is in the cellar of Magister Illyrio Mapati's, Wystan, in Pentos, with 2 others. A pale bone egg with a black spine and a black egg with red veins. 3, they are old. They are very old. They are, by every account, stone. The Magister had them out of a wreck off Volantes 40 years ago. He has not, in those 40 years, sold them, although a great many men have offered him a great many sums. He keeps them. He keeps them, perhaps, for an occasion. We do not know what. He keeps them for us. That, Wystan, is what your sister's dream may be telling us." "MH. I have not, lad, written to him about this. I have not, because we cannot let him know we know. He is a man whose loyalty is for sale, and he will sell ours to the highest bidder if he hears we have an interest. He will sell it to Tywin Lannister. He will sell it to Stannis Baratheon. He will sell it to Robert. We must not let him know." "Then how do we get them, Maester?" The Maester smiled. It was a small, thin smile. "Lad, yes. Your foster-father has been writing letters in his own hand for 9 years, to a very particular small low house on a particular canal in Bravos. He has been, in his way, building you a road. The eggs, when the time comes, will be on that road. He has not told me the details. He will not. He will tell you, perhaps, on the day he tells you a great many other things. I am only saying, be patient, lad. Trust him. He has been busier than you know. He has been busier than any of us know." Wystan was silent. He looked at the sketch in the book a long time. "Maester, yes. I have been a very poor brother to her sometimes. You have been a very loving brother to her always, lad. You have lost your temper twice in 9 years. That is, by my count, twice fewer than I would have in your place. MH. Take the book, lad. Read it. Bring it back to me when you are done. Do not show it to your sister, not yet. There are sketches in it that will give her more dreams than is good for her. We will give her the book in time." "Yes, Maester." He took the book. He went out. The Maester sat at the desk a while looking at the candle. Then he opened a drawer and took out a small fresh parchment, and he wrote, in the cipher he and Valen used, one short letter to Oldtown. The letter said, "They are dreaming of eggs now. We are running out of time. Please send what you have on the matter of bonded hatching by fast bird in our cipher before midwinter." He sealed it. He set it aside for the morning bird. In Winterfell that night, in the chamber where she had been put to bed for 9 years, Sara Targaryen lay under the white furs and dreamed again. She did not, this time, dream of an egg. She dreamed of a great soft hot breath against her cheek in the dark, and a slow shifting weight on her shoulder, and a sound she did not have a word for that was not exactly a purr, and not exactly a thunder, and was something in between. She slept very deeply through the rest of the night. In the morning, the snow on the courtyard was unmarked, and the rooks of Winterfell were calling each other home from the wood, and a thin, clean autumn sun was rising over the east wall, and a fast small bird was lifting from Maester Luwin's tower into the cold sky and turning south. Far to the south, in the small low chambers under the Red Keep, a fat eunuch in a perfumed robe sat on his stool and read, with growing impatience, the report that had come in by his small fast bird out of the northern road. The report was in the cipher of the small black birds. The report said exactly nothing of any interest. The report said that the boy at Lord Stark's high table was a manderly cousin of unremarkable bones, that the girl ward was a hooded child of a Dornish washerwoman, and that the singer had been paid 3 gold dragons. The eunuch read the report twice. He laid it down. He said very softly to no one at all, "The wolf has begun to dance." He folded the report. He put it in a small drawer. He blew out the candle. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7 Daughter of Storms. In the spring of her 11th year, Sara of the house Stark, known to herself in the long quiet evenings of her bedchamber, as Daenerys Targaryen of the House of the Dragon, climbed the heart tree in the godswood for the first time, and saw from its highest fork 3 things at once. The first was the world. From the high fork the world was a great patient thing, the wolfswood spreading green and gray to the horizon, the east wall a long pale stripe in the morning sun, the small gold patch of the autumn-cut barley fields beyond, the silver thread of the white knife to the south. All of it laid out for her, as if the gods had only that morning unfolded the page of it and put it down for her inspection. She had not, in 11 years, seen so much sky. The second was the keep. From the high fork the keep was small. She had grown up in it. She had thought of it as the size of the world. From the heart tree it was the size of a fist. The watchtower was the height of her thumb. The great bell on the south tower was the size of a copper penny. The gray direwolf banner in the high wind on its pole was a small gray twitching thing. The Lord's chamber, where she had slept 10 of her 11 years, was a small dark window in a small gray wall. The third was a man. The man was on the roof of the south tower, on a small narrow walk that the watchman did not patrol because there was no need to patrol it. The man was lying flat on his belly. The man had a small black bow with him. The man had 3 arrows laid out beside him on a folded gray cloak. The man was very still. The man was watching the godswood path. The man was watching the place where her foster father liked to walk every morning at the 2nd hour past dawn, on his way to the heart tree. The hour was the 2nd hour past dawn. Daenerys did not breathe for a count of 3. Then she did breathe. She breathed evenly. She had been taught in the last year by Maester Luwin in his small private lessons in the small hours of late evenings what to do when she found herself at the center of a thing. He had said, "Do not panic. Panic is for men of small affairs. You are not. Breathe. Look. Decide." He had said it many times. He had said it to her this morning at breakfast over the porridge, although at the time it had only been part of a small lesson about a queen of the Stormlands 400 years before. The advice was the advice. She breathed. She looked. She decided. She did not, on her decision, climb down. She knew if she climbed down he would see her, and if he saw her he would know he had been seen, and he would put up his arrows and disappear, and she might not catch him. and her foster father would walk down the godswood path in the morning sun with his cloak in his hand, and an arrow would take him in the throat between one breath and the next. She did not, on her decision, scream. She knew if she screamed, she would only frighten him into shooting whatever was nearest him, and she was the nearest thing. She did, on her decision, do a thing she had been told never to do. She put her small bare hand on the bark of the heart tree on a place where the carved face wept its slow red sap, and she pressed her palm against the sap, and she closed her eyes. She had been told, by Maester Luwin in his secret quiet lessons, that the children of the dragon could not call fire. She had been told that the children of the dragon could only carry it. She had been told that they could not, the way the wargs of the north were said to do, send out their voice to a beast at distance. She had been told all of these things. She had also been told that all of these things were the best of the Maester's reading, and that the Maester's reading was 4 centuries old, and that some things might still be possible that the books had not heard of. She did not call a dragon. There were no dragons. Dragons were stone. Dragons were in dreams. She did call Ghost. Ghost was Jon Snow's wolfhound puppy, and he was not, by anyone's accounting, a dragon's beast. He was a quiet white pup of 7 moons with red eyes who slept at the foot of Jon's bed, and who liked, in the late mornings, to lie in the godswood by the pool, because the pool was cold, and Ghost, even at 7 moons, was a very furry pup. He was not this morning by the pool. Jon had taken him out at dawn on the long walk along the east wall. They were halfway home. Daenerys, with her hand on the heart tree, sent what she could not have said. A picture. A pulling. A small clear inside her head shout. Here, 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 the godswood, here. She did not know if it would reach. She did not know if the wolf had the kind of mind a person could shout into. She had no plan past it. She had only, in that breath, the sap on her palm and the small hot sense behind her eyes that was not exactly fire and not exactly thought, and a man with 3 arrows on the roof of the south tower at the 2nd hour past dawn. She felt the wolfhound hear her. She did not know what she felt. She felt a small bright twang in the inside of her head as if a wire had vibrated. She felt, and she would never in years afterward be able to describe this part, something a long way off lift its head, prick its ears, turn, and begin to run. She also felt, at the same time, the tree. She had not been ready for the tree. The tree had been there all her life, of course. She had played at its foot. She had named it the Lady of Trees when she was 4. She had eaten apples on the moss beneath it. She had not ever before, in 11 years, put her hand into the sap of its face and pressed. The sap was cold. The sap was very cold. The sap was older than her bones. The sap saw her. The sap, in some old, slow, non-saying way, said her name, not the name Sara, not the name Daenerys. A name she had heard once before in a dream of an egg. A name she had forgotten in the morning. A name she now, with her hand on the tree, remembered for the time of one held breath, and then forgot again. A name that had been hers always. She kept her eyes closed. She breathed. Down at the foot of the godswood path, the small wooden gate creaked. Eddard Stark walked out into the leaves with his cloak over his arm and a poleaxe in the other hand, because he had been about to take his morning practice with Sir Roderick on the lower yard. On the south tower, 300 paces away, a man with a small black bow drew an arrow back to his cheek. Daenerys, in the heart tree, did not look. She did not need to look. She felt the bowstring tighten with the small, odd certainty she would learn in years afterward that came of having put her palm in the sap of a heart tree. She felt the man's breath leave half. She felt the small black bow steady. Behind her, far behind her, on the path along the east wall, a white pup of 7 moons was running flat out across the snow with his ears back, and his red eyes fixed on the Godswood gate, and behind him on his black mare, drawn by the running, came Jon Snow, 11 years old with his hood blown back, and his quiet gray eyes very wide. Daenerys on the heart tree opened her eyes. She looked across the Godswood at the small black figure on the south tower roof. He was a good archer. He was not today going to make his shot. The shot was 300 paces. Eddard Stark was just visible past a thicket of pine. The bow was loosing. She saw the bow loose. She did, with no plan whatsoever, a thing she had been told dragons did not do. She caught the arrow with her eye. Not exactly with her eye. With something. With the heat behind her face, the slow, soft heat she had carried in her chest since she was 4. She did not call fire. There was no fire to call. She only turned her face very slightly into the line of the arrow's flight, and the line of the arrow's flight in the morning air over the Godswood very slightly bent. The arrow did not go where the man had aimed it. The arrow went, instead, 3 feet to the left, into the trunk of a pine tree where it stuck and quivered. Eddard Stark, on the path, stopped walking. He looked at the arrow. He looked at the Godswood. He looked up. He saw, in the high fork of the heart tree, a small girl in a gray hooded cloak, with the hood pushed back, with hair the color of moonlight in the morning sun, with one hand pressed against the carved face, with her violet eyes very wide. He did not, on the path, shout. He did not move. He did, very slowly, very calmly, with a hand that did not show the speed of his pulse, lift his poleaxe to his shoulder. Then a great white shape came around the gate of the Godswood at full run, low to the ground, white as the snow it had crossed, with red eyes burning, and went past Eddard Stark like a thrown spear and up the wall of the keep at the south tower in 3 long strides. And Daenerys, on the heart tree, saw a man with a small black bow turn half-rise, and have his arm taken off above the elbow by a pup of 7 moons that was not yet, by anyone's measure, a wolf grown. The man fell off the south tower roof. The man hit the cobbles below with a sound she did not hear from her tree. The man did not get up. She did not, in that moment, weep. She would weep later that afternoon, when Ned took her into his solar and held her a long time and called her child. And she would not entirely know whether she was weeping because of the assassin, or because of the heart tree, or because of the wolfhound, or because of all of them. For now, in the high fork, she only breathed, and felt the tree withdraw its slow, cold attention from her, and felt the small, bright twang in the inside of her head go quiet, and she lifted her hand from the sap and looked at her palm. The palm was red. The palm did not burn. The sap dried as she watched, on her skin, into a thin, small, reddish glaze. She climbed down. She did not know, on the way down, whether to look at her foster father. She did, when she reached the bottom. He was standing at the foot of the heart tree with his poleaxe in one hand and his cloak in the other, and his gray eyes were on her with a look she had never seen in his face before. She had seen him angry. She had seen him sad. She had seen him tired. She had not seen him look the way he was looking now. The look was the look of a man who has just understood, all at once, a thing he has been refusing to understand for 11 years. "Father," she said. "Sara." It was a man on the south tower. "I saw. I called the wolf. I saw. I. Come here, child." She came. He set the poleaxe against the heart tree. He set the cloak on the moss. He knelt down on the moss in the leaves and held out his arms. She went into them. He held her against his chest a long while. She felt, against her ear, his heart, going hard and steady and slow, the steady, slow heart of a northern man who had nearly been shot through the throat in his own godswood at the second hour past dawn. She felt also his cheek pressed for a moment against the top of her head, on the moonlight hair, and she felt, although he did not say, the small, careful breath he took to keep himself from saying anything that he might later regret. After a while he said, very softly into her hair, "My brave girl." She wept then, finally, into his cloak. She wept for the length of a northern hymn. He held her. He did not say anything. He let her weep. When she was done, he wiped her face with his thumb. He stood up. He picked up the cloak. He picked up the poleaxe. He took her hand. They walked together to the wooden gate of the godswood and out and into the courtyard. Wystan was at the gate. Wystan had run from the practice yard at the sound of the wolfhound. Wystan was breathing hard. Wystan looked from Eddard's face to Sara's face to the small red glaze on Sara's palm and put his fist into his own thigh, very hard, once. "Sister, brother, I am all right, Wystan. You, I am all right." "What?" Eddard Stark very quietly said. "Wystan, inside, the solar, now, with the Maester. The body of the man on the cobbles is to be untouched, Sir Roderick on it, no one else within 10 paces. Tell Sir Roderick." "Yes, my lord." Wystan went. Inside, in the Lord's solar, with the door bolted and the shutters closed, 3 people sat by the fire. Eddard at the desk, Catelyn in the chair beside him, with Sara on her knee, even though Sara was 11 and had not sat on her foster mother's knee in 3 years. Maester Luwin on the 3rd chair, with a small clean cloth and a small clay bowl of warm water, gently washing the sap from Sara's palm. "It will not come off," Luwin said quietly. "Not entirely, not the deep of it. The sap of the heart tree, child, does not entirely wash. Your hand will have a small reddish stain across it for some time. We will say it is a burn from a candle. No one will look hard." "Maester." "Yes, child." "I called the wolf. I saw. I bent the arrow. I saw. I heard the tree." He looked at her then, and his old eyes had a brightness in them she had not seen before. "You heard the tree. It said my name, the other name, the one in my egg dream. I have forgotten it again. But for one moment in the tree I had it, Maester. M.H. Am I a warg, Maester?" He took her small hand. He held it. "Child." "Yes." "I do not know what you are. I have read a great many books. I have read about the wargs of the north. I have read about the dragonborn. I have read about the green dreamers of the old. I have not read about anything that does what you did this morning. I would have to read more. I will read more. I think, child, that you may be the first of a thing the world has not seen before, and that you and I will be finding out what it is together for the rest of my life. M.H. I am not afraid for you, child." "You are not." "No." She thought about this. "Maester." "Yes." "I am not afraid for me either." "No, child, I see that. I see that very clearly." Eddard Stark, at the desk, had not yet spoken. He had been turning a small dark thing in his fingers, a small folded paper that Wystan had brought in on the body of the man, and that Maester Luwin had read once, and that had been laid on the desk in front of Eddard for the last quarter hour. The folded paper had a Lannister seal on it, in red wax, with the lion of the rock pressed clear and clean. The seal was Lord Tywin's. The paper was a single short sentence in a careful narrow hand. The sentence was, "For the greater quiet of the realm." Ned set it down. He looked at his wife. He looked at his Meister. He looked at the small fire-immune girl on his lady's knee with the new red glaze on her hand and the moonlight hair tied back with a northern ribbon. He said very quietly, "Cat." "Yes." "It has come." "What has?" "Tywin has moved." She closed her eyes for a moment. "On Sara." "On me. He sent a man to shoot me on my own godswood path. The girl was not the target this morning. I was. He has decided that I have something he wants, perhaps a child, perhaps only a knowledge, and that the simplest way to get it is to remove me first." "Eddard." "I am alive, Cat, thanks to a small girl in a tree." "And a wolfhound." "And a wolfhound." "Eddard, he cannot have done this in his own seal." "Look at the seal, Cat. Look at it." She looked. "It is very clean," she said. "It is very clean. He had it pressed. He had it pressed and given to a man and sent up. He meant me to find it on the body. He meant me to know." "Then he is declaring himself." "Yes." "Why now?" Ned ran his hand over his face. "Because he has decided," he said. "That quiet has cost him enough years. Because he is 63 years old this autumn and has heirs to leave a clean kingdom to. Because he cannot, perhaps, sleep at night with 2 living dragons in the north and a friend of his queen's father unable to act on it. Because he cannot, anymore, count on Robert to act on it. Because he is bringing the matter into the open for himself, not for the realm, and he is doing it with the smallest possible noise. A single arrow, a single seal, a clean, swift removal of the man who has been keeping the secret. After which, he would have arrived at Winterfell in his own time with his men. He would have very politely taken charge of the wards. He would have very politely removed them. Cat, he has been planning this in some quiet chamber for a year." "Eddard." "I know. What do we do?" He did not answer for some time. He stood up. He walked to the window. He pushed open the shutters. The cold spring air came in. The courtyard below was full of activity. The body of the man was being lifted by Sir Roderick's people onto a covered cart. The cobbles where he had fallen had a dark stain. Ned closed his eyes. He breathed. When he opened his eyes again, he turned and looked at his lady and said in a voice she had not heard in him for some years, "We send him back his seal." "Eddard." "In a small box, wrapped in the cloak of the man he sent, with a letter. The letter will say only, 'I have read your message. I do not agree. I do not yet ride. When I do, you will not need a seal, Stark. We will send the box in our own hands by our own man to Casterly Rock. We will not write the letter in cipher. We will write it plainly. We will let it be read by every man who passes it on. We will let the realm know that Lord Tywin Lannister has tried to murder the Lord of Winterfell on his own godswood path, and that the Lord of Winterfell still lives. Eddard, that is what I am going to do, Cat. That is a banner. It is a small one. It is a small one of a very tall flag. Yes, it is a war. It is a war that is coming whether I send the box or not. The only choice I have, my lady, is whether the war finds me on my back foot or my front. I have spent 11 years on my back foot. I am tired of it." Catelyn looked at him. She did not weep. She rose, very slowly, with Sara still in her arms, and she crossed the room to him, and she stood with him at the window, and she kissed him on the temple, and she said quietly, "Then send the box, my lord." "Cat." "Send it, with a northern man at the head of an escort, with 20 horse. Send it not to Casterly Rock, my love. Send it to the king's hand at the Red Keep. Send it to John Arryn. Let Lord Tywin see his seal arrive in Lord Arryn's hand. Let Lord Tywin's seal lie on the desk of the king's own hand. Let the realm hear of it, not by a Stark courier yelling in a hall, but by a Stark letter being opened, in the proper way, by the proper man, in front of the proper witnesses. He looked at her. He laughed, very quietly once. Catelyn Tully. Eddard Stark. Why did I never use you in council? Because you are a stubborn man. I'd send the box to Jon Arryn. I will. And, Eddard. Yes. Send a copy of the letter, a copy, my love, to a small low house on a particular canal in Bravos. Now is the hour to write the 3 words again. Cat. Yes. The 3 words I told Luwin to write 4 years ago. Yes, write them again. Yes. He sat down at his desk. He took a fresh sheet of parchment. He wrote in his own hand a careful short letter to Lord Tywin Lannister. He wrote the box's contents. He sealed the letter with the direwolf and a 3rd blob of plain wax. He set it aside. He took up another sheet and wrote a longer letter to Lord Jon Arryn at the Red Keep, in which he did not threaten anyone but laid out the morning's events with the care of a man who knew his words would be read in a small chamber by a man who had once stood as foster father to him. He sealed that letter with 2 wolves. He set it aside. He took up a 3rd sheet, and on it he wrote 3 words in a hand he had only ever written 3 words in before. The 3 words were, "We are coming." He folded the 3rd sheet into a square the size of a copper. He sealed it with no seal. He laid it on the desk between him and the Maester. Luwin. My lord. Send the 3rd by the fastest bird, tonight, to the small low house on the canal. Yes, my lord. Send the 2nd by a northern courier with 20 horse to King's Landing in a Stark cloak by the Kingsroad. Open, visible, through the Twins, through the Trident. Let every lord on the road know that Lord Stark is sending a letter to the king's hand. Yes, my lord. Send the 1st by a private courier by the western road, hooded, to Casterly Rock. Let it arrive at Lord Tywin's small private desk. Let no one see it pass. Yes, my lord. And Luwin. Yes. Tonight, before the bird, before the courier, before any of it. We will gather in the great hall, my lady and I and Wystan and yourself, and we will tell the household, all of them, that there has been an attempt on my life by a man not yet named, that I am alive, that we are at peace, that the household is to go about its work in the usual way and not to whisper in any wine shop. We will say no more than that. We will not name Tywin Lannister to the household. We will not name any seal. The realm will know in time, but the household will know only what it needs. Yes, my lord. And Luwin. Yes. After the great hall, after the bird, after the courier, we are going to begin, you and I and Howland and Wyman, the small last preparations for the road we have been laying for 11 years. The boats will be readied. The friends will be gathered. The eggs will be sent for. The girl will, when she is ready and not before, be told the rest of what she does not yet know. We will not raise the banner until we must. We will not, however, be caught one more morning on our back foot. Are we clear? Clear, my lord. That same week, in his solar in the Eyrie, with his old hand on the small Stark letter that had come up by a Stark courier and 20 northern horse, Lord Jon Arryn read 3 pages in his careful, slow way, and did not move, and read them again, and at last laid them down on the desk in front of him, and looked, for a long time, at his hands. He had been hand of the king for 12 years. He had grown old in the office. He had begun in the last spring to think that he would soon ask leave to step down. He had served 3 kings, and he wanted at last only to go back to the Eyrie and die in a high place under a high sky. The letter on his desk said that this would not, after all, be the year for that. He took up a quill. He wrote a brief, careful letter to the king in his own careful hand. The letter was 3 lines. The letter said, "Robert, there has been an attempt on the life of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell by a Lannister hand. I am riding to King's Landing. We will speak, John." He sealed it. He sent it. At first light, on his old gray horse with 20 Vale men at his back, he rode south. He would, 3 weeks later, be drinking a cup of poisoned wine in the Tower of the Hand at the careful hand of his own young second wife, who was being directed in her actions by a small, slim man called Petyr Baelish, and the realm would believe it had been a stranger that took him. And the king would weep, and a great many other things would be set in motion that would not, in the long unfolding of this story, be remembered as part of the story of 2 children in a northern keep. But he would, before he died, see the king and tell him the news and watch the king's face change. That, in the end, would be enough. In Winterfell, on the morning the courier rode out, Wystan Targaryen, who was, on the rolls of the household, still called Wystan Manderly, and would be for a little while longer, stood at the high battlement above the east gate with a long sword belted at his hip and his hood up against the cold wind, and watched the column of 20 horse pass under the wolf banner and out onto the King's Road. He watched until they were specks on the horizon. Then he turned. He went down the steps. He went into the Lord's solar without knocking. Eddard Stark was at his desk. "Father." Ned looked up. He did not, on this occasion, correct the name. He had stopped correcting it some years ago in private, although in the household the boy still called him my lord. The crack in the boy's face had widened. The boy had become a man. "Wystan." "My lord." "Sit." He sat. For a long moment neither of them spoke. The fire popped. Then Wystan said, very low, "Lord Stark, I am 20 years old." "You are." "I have been in this castle 11 years. I have learned my axes and my letters and my northern stories. I have learned in the last year, in the small hours of long evenings, what you have been building for me and for my sister. I have learned about the ship at the Bight. I have learned about the man on the canal. I have learned about the eggs. My lord, I would like, if it pleases you, to ride out next moon to the Bight with Howland Reed, and to be on the small ship when she comes in, and to receive the eggs from the hand of the man who brings them, and to bring them home to my sister myself." Ned looked at him. "Wystan." "My lord." "That is a long road. It is not entirely safe." "None of our roads are safe, my lord." "No." "My lord, I have not ridden alone outside this keep in 11 years. I have been still. I have mostly kept my temper. I have learned to hold. I have once or twice slipped." He almost smiled. He had a small, dry, self-aware smile now when he allowed it. "Twice, by my count. 2 slips in 11 years. I would like, before the banner goes up, and the banner will go up, my lord, you know it will, sooner than later, I would like to do one thing in the open, with my own hand, for my sister. Will you let me?" "Wystan." "Yes, my lord." "Take Sir Roderick. Take 10 horse. Take Howland Reed at his end of the road. Bring my eggs home to me through my neck." "Yes, my lord." "And, lad." "My lord." "When you bring them up the steps to the keep, when you put them in your sister's hands." "Yes." "Stand straight, don't kneel." The boy looked at him. He was crying, suddenly, although his face had not entirely caught up with the fact. His eyes were wet. "My lord," he said. "Go, lad." "Yes." He went. Ned sat at his desk for a long time after the door had closed. Then he rose and went to the small carved box at the corner and unlocked it, and took out a small folded square of paper that was a little dragon carrying a little wolf in its claws, drawn in colors by a 4-year-old, and he sat with it in his hand for a quarter-hour. He did not weep. He did not entirely know what he felt. He knew only that the road was, at last, beginning to take its shape under his feet, and that the road was a road he would have ridden in his own way, in his own time, for a small white-haired girl in a hood and a long brown-haired boy in iron. He set the drawing down. He locked the box. He went to bed. Outside, the spring night over the godswood was very clear, and the heart tree's red leaves moved in the small cold wind, and the pool at its foot was a black mirror of the stars. That same evening, a small fast bird climbed out of Maester Lewin's tower into a clear cold sky, with a square of paper the size of a copper tied to its leg. The bird turned south. The bird flew the length of 3 nights and 2 days, by way of small sea roads no other bird used, and on the 4th morning came down on the small ledge of a small low house on a particular canal in Bravos, where a quiet man with quiet hands took the small square off the bird's leg, and read the 3 words and folded the square away, and sat at his desk a long time looking at the green water. Then he stood up. He put on his cloak. He went out to his small dock. He took up a small black gondola. He poled himself, slowly, along the canal, to the back gate of a great fat magister's house, and he stood at the back gate, and he said something quiet to the back gate's keeper, and the keeper, after a moment, nodded and let him through, and a long while later, in a small dim cellar of a great fat magister's house in Pentos, for the faceless man had taken ship at midnight and arrived at Pentos in the gray of the 2nd morning. And time, in this story, runs the way time runs in stories, fast where it must. 3 stone eggs that had not moved in 40 years were carefully wrapped, in turn, in 3 layers of soft Lyseni wool and 3 layers of waxed canvas, and laid in 3 cushioned chests. And the 3 chests were sealed and locked and sent out the back door of Magister Illyrio Mapates's house at the 3rd hour past midnight, on a small dock cart, to a small ship that was waiting at a small private quay. The Magister had been paid. The Magister had been paid in the only coin a faceless man ever paid in, which was the coin of having been told that, if he did not part with the eggs in this hour at this price, the no-faced man at his back gate would, very politely, be obliged to part with the Magister's life instead. The Magister had taken the price. The eggs went east, and then north, and then east again. They would, in 3 moons, be at White Harbor. 2 moons after that, on a damp gray morning, 10 horse and a covered cart came up the King's Road at a slow trot and turned in at the east gate of Winterfell. Sir Roderick Castle, white whiskers wet with rain, swung down out of the saddle. Wystan Targaryen, in the saddle of a long-legged dark gray horse, swung down second. The cart trundled into the courtyard. The cart had 3 small chests in it, each cushioned in straw and waxed canvas, each sealed with a small unmarked wax. The Manderley cog the otter, which had brought them up from Pentos by way of Sweetport and the Bight, was now at the bottom of the harbor at White Harbor for the moment, having met an unfortunate accident with a piling on her last docking. Lord Wyman Manderley had wept many tears about it. Lord Wyman Manderley's accountant had been pleased to receive the insurance gold from the Iron Bank. 3 eggs. They were carried up the stairs to the Lord Solar by Wystan himself, and laid on a long oak table that Maester Luwin had, in the last fortnight, very quietly cleared of all other matter. Wystan knelt. No, he did not kneel. He stood straight. He had been told to, and looked across the table at his foster father. "My lord," he said. "Wystan, they are home." "Aye. Will you call her?" "In a moment, lad. Catch your breath. You have been on a horse for 10 days. You are pale. Eat first." "My lord, I cannot eat." Then she will come up." Catelyn went down to fetch her. She came up a moment later with the small Lady Sara behind her in her hooded gray cloak. Sara stopped at the door of the solar. She saw the 3 chests on the table. She saw Wystan, dust-streaked by them. She did not move for a long count of 3. Then she walked across the floor very carefully, as if her bones had become breakable, and stood in front of the table and put her 2 small hands on the wood and looked down at the chests. "Brother, sister, they are warm." "Yes. Even through the wood I feel it." "Yes, sister." "Open one." He opened the middle. He took off the chest's lid. He took out, very carefully, the layers of wool and waxed canvas. He took out a stone egg the color of a sunset on the sea, bronze that shaded at one end to the deep red of an old wound. He laid the egg in his sister's hands. The egg was as long as her forearm. The egg was warm. The egg, at her touch, very slightly hummed. She closed her eyes. She held the egg against her chest. She breathed in. She did not, on that day, hatch the egg. The egg was old. The egg was stone. The egg would, in its own time, take the kind of fire that was needed to wake it. She did not know, on that day, what the kind of fire was. None of them did. They only knew, all 4 of them in the solar, Eddard at the desk, Catelyn at the door, Wystan by the table, Maester Luwin in the corner with both his hands pressed to his mouth, that the eggs were home and that the eggs knew her, and that the long, careful road of 11 years had at last brought a thing back to a hand that had been waiting for it. Sara opened her eyes. She set the egg very carefully back into its straw. She closed the chest. She turned. She put her arms all the way around her brother's middle, and she held him there a long while in the silence of the solar, with the rain at the window. In Winterfell, on the night the bird flew south, 4 people stood in the great hall of Winterfell after supper and told the household the small piece of the truth that the household needed to know. They told them in plain northern words. They did not name Lord Tywin. They named only the dead man on the cobbles, who would be buried in a small, unmarked grave. They told the household that the Lord of Winterfell was alive. They told the household that the work of the castle was to go on as it had always gone on. They told the household that there might, in the coming year, be rumors. They told the household that the rumors were not their concern. They told the household that their concern was Winterfell. The household, who loved their lord and lady, listened and nodded and went back to work. That night in the Lord's chamber, after the candles had been put out, Sara of the house Stark, Daenerys of the house Targaryen, lay in her bed with her right hand, the one with the red glaze of heart-tree sap on its palm, on the pillow beside her cheek, and she stared at the ceiling. And she did not, that night, dream of an egg. She dreamed instead of the carved face on the heart tree, which opened its weeping wooden eyes and looked at her, and which, in the dream, said her name in a voice very deep and very slow. And in the dream she heard the name and remembered it, and held it under her tongue like a coin, and set it back to the tree. And the tree, in the dream, smiled, the slow, slow, ancient smile of a thing that had been waiting a great many ages for her. She woke. She did not, on waking, remember the name. but she knew, as she lay in the dark before dawn, that she would remember it again in time when it was needed, and that the heart tree was on her side, and that the morning was going to come, and that she was, after all, the daughter of the storm. She slept again, very deeply. Outside the window, in the small, cold spring dark, a single direwolf banner snapped on a tower against the wind. And in Casterly Rock, on the night Lord Tywin Lannister sat down at his desk to write, the letter he wrote was a long one. It was to his daughter, the Queen, in the Red Keep. It said that the matter of the North could no longer be delayed. It said that the king must be brought, by careful steps, to a position from which he could not avoid riding. It said that the small Stark children who had recently begun to acquire, by every report, a certain inexplicable favor among the northern lords, were now of an age to be fostered south, and that this fostering should be arranged with the king's blessing, by such means as the Queen could devise. It said that one Lord Stark would be invited south within the year, by the king's hand, to a wedding or a tournament or a hunt, and that this Lord Stark would be received with great courtesy in the Red Keep, and that what occurred during this Lord Stark's stay in the Red Keep would not, alas, be wholly under any one man's control. It said, "We will not move on the children may pass. The boy is the man who is the danger. Take him, the rest will follow." He sealed the letter. He sent it the next dawn by his fastest courier. The letter went south. It would arrive in the Queen's hand inside of 9 days. It would, in the Queen's careful planning, become the seed of an invitation to Winterfell that would, the following spring, change the realm. But that was the next chapter of the story. For tonight in Winterfell, in the silence of a Lord Solar with the rain at the window, the small lady Sara, who was Daenerys Stormborn, stood with her arms around her brother, and her face pressed into his northern wool. And 3 stone eggs the colors of sunset and dawn and midnight slept in their 3 chests on the table beside her. And the road, at last, had taken its shape. Far to the south, in a great stone hall on a rock above the city of Lannisport, Lord Tywin Lannister sat at his ledger by a single candle, and read, with no expression in his cold green eyes, a small folded letter that had come up by a private courier from the north, and that had arrived in his hand, sealed only with plain wax. The letter said, "I have read your message. I do not agree. I do not yet ride. When I do, you will not need a seal. Stark." Tywin Lannister read the letter twice. He laid it down. He sat for a moment looking at the candle. Then he rose and walked to his window and opened the shutters and looked out at the lights of the city below and the dark sea beyond, and he stood there a long while. When at last he turned back into the room, his cold green eyes had a new small thing in them. The new thing was not surprise. Tywin Lannister was not surprised by men who survived assassins. He had survived more than one himself. The new thing was respect. Then, very slowly, the respect went out of his eyes and was replaced by the thing that took its place in Tywin Lannister's eyes when he had seen a man clearly for the first time and understood, at last, that he could not buy that man. The thing that replaced the respect was the cold, steady, clean hate of a Lannister who had decided, at last, what would have to be done. He sat down, he took up his quill, he began to write. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8 The Greyjoy Storm. The raven came in over Winterfell at noon, low against a cold spring wind, with sea-water stiffening its tail feathers and the small grey kraken seal of Lord Balon Greyjoy of Pike pressed in green wax on its leg. The bird was very tired. It had flown the length of the kingdom on the wrong winds. It came down on the high ledge of Maester Luwin's tower, and the Maester's apprentice Timer caught it, and the Maester read what it carried, and the Maester's old face went, in the space of a heartbeat, the color of cold ash. The note was 4 lines. The 4 lines said, "To the lords of Westeros from Lord Balon of the House Greyjoy of Pike, called by his own people the Lord Reaper of Pike, called by the gods who matter the King of Salt and Rock, the King of the Iron Islands. The Iron Throne is no longer your master. We have lit the lanterns. We have launched the longships. We pay no further iron price to any king but our own. Submit or burn, Greyjoy." Beneath the 4 lines in a smaller hand, "Lannisport burns. Fair Isle burns. The fleet at Lannisport is on fire and on the bottom. The Lannister gold is loaded onto our ships. The reaving has begun." Maester Luwin, in his slippers, took the message at a quarter run down the steps of his tower and across the courtyard, and up the steps of the keep, and into the great hall, where Lord Stark was at his noon meal with his lady wife, the small Sara on Catelyn's right and Wystan on his left, the small Lord Robb at his elbow, the smaller Sansa next to her Septa, and the smaller Arya next to her nurse, and the very small Lord Bran in his own high chair next to his mother. The hall was warm. The hall was full of the smell of stew. The hall was, for a moment, the home it had always been. Then Luwin stopped at the head of the trestle. The Maester held out the paper. "Ned, read it." "Cat." "Yes." "Read this." She read. Her face did not move. She had learned in 15 years to keep her face very still when she had to. She handed the paper back. "He has chosen the spring," she said. "Aye, he has. He thinks Robert will not hold his levies in spring. He may be right. Robert will hold his levies regardless. Robert will hold them out of love for the burning of the Lannister fleet, if not out of love for his crown. He will gather, he will write, he will send." He had not finished his sentence before Maester Luwin laid a second small parchment on the trestle in front of him. It was a fast bird from White Harbor, Lord Wyman's small private hand. The parchment said only, "Storm has come. The Kraken has bared his arms. The king has called the northern levy. Pike fleet at the sunset. Pull what you can. The Manderley levy musters in 3 days at Wolf's Den, W." "It is begun," Ned said quietly. "It is begun, my lord," Luwin said. A silence. The little Lord Bran banged his spoon on the side of his plate, because he was 3 years old and the silence of his father did not register. The nurse caught the spoon and quieted him. Ned set down his bread. "Rob." "Yes, father." The boy was 11. He had grown tall as a sapling. He had his mother's red and his father's gray, and his face was a thoughtful, grave, pleased face that had only this last year begun to lose a little of its baby roundness. He looked up at his father from his stew. "Rob, there is going to be a war. The Iron Islands have risen. I am going to ride south with the northern levy in 5 days. Your mother will be regent of Winterfell while I am gone. Wystan will be commander of the household guard. Maester Luwin will be at her elbow. You will, while I am gone, sit at the small table by the head of the great hall every supper. You will be lord of Winterfell on those evenings in your father's stead. You will preside. Are we clear?" "Yes, father." "You will not be unkind to your sisters." "No, father." "You will not pull Arya's hair." A small grin. "No, father." "And, Rob." "Yes." "The household will look to you. Stand straight." "Yes, father." Ned turned to the bench where Theon Greyjoy was sitting. Theon was 18 now, still lean, still clever, still on the wrong morning, very much a Greyjoy. He had stopped. He had not stopped. He had stopped saying the bright, cruel things he had said as a boy, but the small, bright, cruel look had never quite left his eyes. He had heard the news already by the look of him. He had been the first to hear it, perhaps, by some small instinct. He was sitting very upright with his hands flat on the trestle. "Theon, my lord, your father has rebelled. My lord, he has chosen by every law of the realm a thing that will end with him on a stone in a small dark cell, or with his head on the wall of his own keep, or, if the gods are kind, with him kneeling at the foot of his eldest surviving son and giving up the kraken to him in tears. I am sorry, Theon. I have liked your father very little. I have liked you sometimes more than that. I have liked you sometimes less. The matter today is what it is. Yes, my lord. You will ride with me, tomorrow, out the south gate with the Stark column. My lord. You are the heir to Pike as long as your brother's live. You will ride at my left hand in this campaign. You will be seen at my hand. The lords of the West and the Crownlands will see, if it pleases them, a Greyjoy heir riding with a Stark banner. Your father will see, if word reaches him, that I have not killed his son. There may, in some fortune, be a moment in this war when the sight of you on a northern horse buys an island a peace it would otherwise not have. There may not. There will, in any case, be a Greyjoy in this war who is not a Reaver. Will you ride with me, Theon? The boy's mouth had gone tight. The clever look had gone out of his eyes. Yes, my lord, he said. Good, pack tonight. Yes, my lord. Ned rose. The hall rose with him. The household began, in its slow northern way, to do the thousand small things that a northern keep did when its lord was about to ride. 5 days later, in the cold spring dawn, Eddard Stark rode out the south gate of Winterfell at the head of 3,000 men, with the great John Umber on his right, and Lord Wyman Manderly's eldest son on his left, and Theon Greyjoy at his back on a small dark mare with no banner above him, and Sir Roderick Castle near at hand. The grey direwolf banner snapped at the head of the column. The column was a long line of grey and white and small flecks of every northern color: Karstark white on black, Mormont green bear, Serwyn blackaxe, Hornwood orange, Glover silver, Tallheart pine. And behind them, the small dust of 40 pack mules and 3 covered carts of arms and 2 physicians' wagons and Meister Lewins, Friend the apothecary with 2 casks of milk of the poppy, and a great deal of clean linen. Catelyn stood on the steps of the keep with the children around her. Wystan stood at her right, in dark mail, with the small iron Stark fosterling badge polished bright at his collar and a long plain northern sword at his hip. Robb stood at her left in his small grey wool. Sansa was at her hip with red ribbons in her braid. Arya was scowling at the column on the cobbles because she had wanted to ride. Bran was on his nurse's hip, asleep. Sara stood a little behind Wystan, her hood up, with one small hand caught in the pocket of his cloak, the way she sometimes caught it when there was a crowd. Ned looked back from the gate. He looked at his lady wife. He raised one hand. He held it up against the cold spring sky for the count of 3. She raised hers. She held it up. He turned his horse. He rode out. The column went down the King's Road and was, by the 3rd hour, a small grey thread on the horizon, and by the 4th hour was nothing at all. Catelyn Stark closed her eyes for a moment in the cold spring sun. Then she opened them. Wystan, my lady. The walls. Yes, my lady. And the gates. Yes, my lady. And Wystan. Yes. Walk with me. They walked. They walked the inner wall of Winterfell once, slowly, without speaking, in the cold sun for the better part of the afternoon. Catelyn pointed at small things, a place where the parapet had a crack, a place where the loose stone had been promised mortar this spring, a place where the wooden hoarding had been put up only as far as the watchtower. And Wystan made small notes in his head, and at evening went down to the captain of the wall and arranged for them all to be set right inside 10 days. The wall was Winterfell. The wall had to be a thing. They both knew, 2 armies to fear. The first was the host of the Iron Islanders, who would not, in any reasonable accounting, ever come within 100 leagues of Winterfell, but who would be the excuse? The second was anyone, Bolton, Lannister, other, who would, while the men of the north were south, find the timing of a thin garrison too convenient to pass up. They expected something. They got something. It came not on the King's Road and not on the East Road, but up the small, overgrown game trail through the Wolf's Wood, on a wet gray morning in the 7th week of Ned Stark's absence, which by the news from the south was the 7th week of a Greyjoy reaving that had been hard and brutal and was slowly being broken. Lord Wyman's son had taken a hit at the chin and was alive. The Great John was alive and laughing. Theon Greyjoy had been sent back to Pike under flag of truce and had not yet returned. Lord Stark had taken Pike's outer wall by storm 3 days before. The news from the south was good. The news from the Wolfswood was not. The Wolfswood news came in by a deer hunter named Pelm, who lived in a small soddy on a small clear stream about 5 leagues out of the keep, and who knew the Wolfswood the way some men knew their own daughters. Pelm came up the east gate at the 3rd hour of a wet gray morning with a torn cloak and a thin red cut on his cheek, and a small, thin, dark-haired man slung over his pony with his hands tied. He asked for Maester Luwin. He was given Maester Luwin, and Wystan, and Catelyn in the Lord Solar, with the door bolted. "My lady." "Pelm." "There are 6 of them, my lady. 6 men. They were in the wood. They had crossbows. They had Lannister gold in their purses, small moneys, not big, traveling money, and they were heading up through the cleft to come in by the kitchens. They had the layout of the kitchens, my lady. They had a small sketch on a piece of paper. I have the sketch." He laid a small folded paper on the desk. It was a small sketch. The sketch showed the south kitchen door and the bake-oven loft and the back stair and the chamber on the back stair landing. The chamber on the back stair landing was Sara's chamber. The sketch had a small ink X on the door of Sara's chamber. Maester Luwin took the sketch. His old hand shook once. Then it stopped shaking. "6, Wystan said quietly, "and 1 in your saddle." He was the runner. The other 5 are in the cleft. They are still there. They do not know I have him. I left 2 of my brother's boys in the trees with crossbows. They are watching. The 5 will not move until midnight. They mean to come in at the kitchen door at the 2nd hour past midnight when the watch turns. They have a man in the wall. There is a hand inside, my lady. There is a hand inside. "Who?" "That I do not know." Maester Luwin closed his eyes. "Mira," he said. "Yes." "Find Mira." Mira was found. Mira had a list. Mira had been keeping, on her own initiative since the winter, a careful private list of the small odd things that had happened at Winterfell in the last 6 moons. There had not been many. There had been 3. A new boy had been hired for the bakehouse and dismissed after a fortnight for stealing flour. A new girl had been hired for the laundry and was still there. A new groom had been hired for the south stable and was, Mira said, a polite man with a quiet way and no obvious vice. The groom had been on the wall on 3 nights when the watch had been changing. The groom had, on one of those nights, been seen to drop a small, folded paper down the wall to a man in the snow at the foot of the wall. The groom's name was Haven. Haven was, by his papers, from the Stony Shore. The Stony Shore was a long way from a Lannister. It was also a long way from a Bolton and a long way from a Frey. It was, however, a fine, convenient long way from anywhere at all, and a man of Haven's age and bones could have had any past in the world before he came to Winterfell with a Stony Shore accent that had not, Mira said, been entirely a Stony Shore accent. "Take him," Wystan said. "With pleasure, my lord." "Quietly, tonight, before midnight, at his post. Bring him to me in the cells. Do not kill him." "Yes, my lord." "And the 5 in the cleft." "My lord." "They will come in at the 2nd hour past midnight. They will come in expecting their man on the wall to drop the small ladder and to leave the kitchen door unbolted. The man on the wall will not do this, because the man on the wall will be in a cell. I will, however, do it for them. I will, very carefully, drop a small ladder down the wall at the proper place, and I will leave the kitchen door unbolted, and I will be on the back stair landing with Sir Roderick's 6 in mail and 3 of Mira's archers in the loft above the bread oven. The 6 will come up through the door and up the stair. They will be, between us, taken." "Lord Wystan." "Yes, my lady." "Taken alive, where possible." "Yes, my lady, where possible." "Good, go." He went. That night, at the 2nd hour past midnight, in the cold spring drizzle, 6 small dark shapes came up out of the cleft of the Wolfswood single file, through a slot in the curtain wall on a small homemade rope ladder that had been very obligingly dropped from the south wall by a person they could not see. They went, single file, across a small open patch of cobbles, and in through the kitchen door, which had been very obligingly left unbolted, and up the back stair toward the small chamber on the back stair landing where, by the little ink X on their little paper sketch, the small Lady Sara of the House Stark was supposed to be sleeping. The small Lady Sara was not sleeping in that chamber. The small Lady Sara was in her foster mother's chamber, in her foster mother's bed, with the bolt thrown and a northern man in mail at the door and Wystan's spare long sword propped against the bedpost on her side, because Wystan had insisted, and because a knight who was about to set 6 men an ambush did not, on the night of an ambush, leave his sister in a bed marked with an ink X. In the small chamber on the back stair landing, 3 northern archers in the loft above the bread oven were waiting. In the back stair below them, Wystan Targaryen was waiting in his dark mail with the long plain northern sword in his hand. Behind Wystan, on the steps, were 6 of Sir Roderick Castle's men, also in mail, also with swords drawn, also very still. The 6 small dark shapes came up the stair. The first shape reached the top of the stair and put his hand on the latch of the small, empty chamber on the back stair landing. Wystan said, in a very low voice that nonetheless carried in the close stare, "Drop your weapons." There was a moment. Then the first shape lunged for the small, empty chamber, and the second shape behind him drew a crossbow already wounded, and the back stair, in the next 10 seconds, became a place no person who had not been in such a place could quite imagine. It was bloody, it was fast, it was, as such fights are, very mostly noise. In the loft above the bread oven, Mira's archers loosed twice each. 2 of the 6 fell at the first volley. Another fell on Wystan's sword in the close passage above the stair, with a wet, awful sound that the boy who had been Wystan would, in years afterward, remember the smell of. Another fell to one of Sir Roderick's 6 on the steps. The last 2, seeing how the night had gone, threw down their swords and put up their hands. It was over in 60 seconds. 2 minutes after that, in the small flagged forecourt at the foot of the back stair, with the rain falling on the cobbles and a great many torches lit, Wystan Targaryen was kneeling with his bloody sword across his knees, and his breath coming hard and his face turned up to the sky and his eyes. For one moment, perfectly clear and Targaryen and not, after all, Wystan the Manderly fosterling at all. Catelyn Stark, on the kitchen step in her grey wool with her hair loose, saw the face. She said nothing. She would not say anything. She walked across the cobbles in the rain. She put her hand on his shoulder. She held it there. "Up, Wystan," she said quietly. "Up, my dear, the stair is held, we have them. Get up, you have done well." He got up. He looked at her. He said nothing. She put her hand into his hair briefly, and then let go. The two surviving Lannister assassins, for they were, the small bright blue cloth tabs sewn into their tunic linings revealed, Lannister men by a private mark, were taken to a deep cell. The groom Haven was taken to a different cell. 3 men from the Wolfswood Cleft, who had been waiting outside by the rope ladder as a fallback, were taken at dawn by Peln and his brothers. The morning after that, Maester Luwin sat in the Lord Solar with a long, quiet face and a small folded sheaf of papers on his desk, and laid out with his usual care what the knight had told them. "It was Lord Tywin's, my lady. The mark in the cloth is his man's. The sketch in the paper is in a hand I have seen on 3 other small papers from the south. The poison they had in the small phials was Tears of Lies, which is brewed in a particular street in the Free City of Lies by a particular man who is on Lord Tywin's payroll. The gold in their purses had the Lion of the Rock pressed on the back of 3 of the coins. There can be no honest doubt, my lady. He sent them while my husband is at war. He sent them while your husband is at war. Of course he did. My lady. Yes, Maester. There is an interesting detail. The men were not, by their movements, planning to take the girl alive. No. They were planning to kill her. Yes. My lady. That is a different matter than it was 6 moons ago. Tell me. 6 moons ago, my lady, we believed Lord Tywin would prefer to take the wards into his keeping and use them, in the fullness of time, as cards in his own game. We thought he would want the boy as a husband for some Lannister cousin. We thought he would want the girl, perhaps, as a quiet small bride for a small, quiet Lannister cadet. We thought he was playing a long, careful game in which the wards lived. What we now know, from the orders found in the saddlebag of the man Peln took, in the cipher we have nearly broken, is that he no longer wishes the girl alive at all. He wishes only the boy. And he wishes the boy, my lady, not because he wants to use him, but because he wants to have him. To put him in a cell. To make him the king he can produce when he wishes to produce him, in front of whatever lord he wishes to produce him for, and, if he has no further use for him, to dispose of. Tywin wants a Targaryen prince in a cage. Yes, my lady. And he no longer wants the small dragon. He has, I think, decided that the small dragon is too dangerous to take. She is 12. She is, we know what she is. He has perhaps heard. He has perhaps not heard. But he has decided on principle that the small dragon at 12 is more dangerous to him alive than dead. He will, if he can, kill her. He will, if he cannot, take her brother in her place. A silence. Maester. Yes, my lady. My husband is south. Yes. My husband is going to be south for another moon at least. Yes. I am going to write him a letter. Yes, my lady. And I am going to write the king. My lady. Yes. My lady, you cannot write the king. Not yet. Why? Because Lord John Arryn is dead in the Tower of the Hand, my lady. Because the king, at present, is sailing back from Pike to King's, landing on a galley with one Lord Tywin Lannister's brother Kevan as his temporary master at arms. Because the queen, in the interim, has the Red Keep to herself, and the council and the small council. Because the queen Cersei is Lord Tywin's daughter. MH. You may write the king, my lady. The letter will go to the queen. The queen will read it. The queen will, I am very sorry to say, throw it on the fire. She sat for a long moment. Then she said, Then I will not write the king. No, my lady. I will write the man who has been kept alive in our cell. My lady. Haven. MH. Haven, our groom. Haven, who has been writing small papers down a wall to a Lannister man for some moons. Haven, who has, at this moment in his cell, no master and no friend and no future. I am going to write Haven a letter, Meister. I am going to write him a letter, and I am going to put the letter on his pallet, and I am going to leave him with it for an hour. The letter will offer Haven his life. The letter will offer Haven his life if he will write, in his own hand, in his own cipher, every report he has ever sent south, with the names of every man he has sent it to. If he writes us such a list, Haven will go free. If he does not, Haven will hang at dawn. He will choose. He may choose either. I will sleep either way. But, Meister, before the morning is over, we will have, if the gods are kind, a list. A long, careful, useful list of the many men in this kingdom who have been writing to Lord Tywin Lannister. Maester Luwin looked at her a long moment. My lady, he said, you are a Tully. I am, Maester. Your lord husband's house is the wolf. Your father's house was the trout. There is, in your blood, a third thing the world knows nothing about, and it is not a northern thing. It is not a riverland thing. It is a thing of the deep cold rivers under the mountains, and it has teeth. Forgive me, my lady. I did not mean any disrespect. None taken, Meister. Now go and write Haven his letter. Yes, my lady. The list, when it came up, was long. It was useful. It was sent, in 3 private parts by 3 private couriers, to 3 private friends, one to White Harbor, one to Greywater Watch, one to a small low house on a particular canal in Bravos, and the 3 friends in their 3 different ways began to act on what they had been given. Within a moon, 3 men in 3 different places in the southern realm woke up in their beds and were no longer where they had been. One of them was found, 3 days later, in the river Trident, with an iron arrow in his throat that no Northman would ever explain. 2 of them were never found at all. In Winterfell, in the small chamber that was now Sara's chamber after the night of the back stair, the small lady Sara, in private she would not yet, while her foster father was away at war, allow herself to be called Daenerys at all, even by Wystan. Sat on her bed in the firelight with the bronze and red egg in her lap, and she lit a small candle and she held the candle to the egg, and the egg, after a long quiet moment, began to hum. Not loud, not bright, only a small dim warm humming that was the egg saying, I am awake, child. I am awake, but it is not yet time. The egg did not crack, the egg did not hatch. The egg only hummed and was warm, and lay in her lap a long while in the firelight as she sang to it, very quietly, in a small private song of her own making, words she had never said aloud to anyone in her 11 years. She did not ride out yet, the eggs did not hatch yet. She was, after all, only 12. But the eggs were home, and Winterfell was held, and the Wolfswood was hers, and the man called Haven was a list, and Lord Tywin Lannister had been answered in a kind of fire of his own, and her foster father was alive, and was riding home. and the news from the south was that Pike had fallen, and that Lord Stark had taken Theon Greyjoy alive out of his father's burning hall, and that the rebellion was over, and that the Lord of Winterfell would be home before the moon was new. He came home 20 days later on a tired horse, with his column thinned and his cloak bloody and his face very, very tired. And Catelyn Stark was on the steps of the keep in the grey wool of a northern wife, and her 4 children at her elbow, and Wystan in dark mail at her right hand. And when Lord Stark swung down out of the saddle in the courtyard and crossed the cobbles and put his arms around his lady wife, he held her a long time and did not speak, and only smelled her hair. And after a while he let her go and looked at the line of his children, Robb taller, Sansa graver, Arya muddier, Bran sleeping on his nurse, and at the boy Wystan with the iron Stark fosterling badge polished bright on his collar, and a new small white scar down the line of his jaw that he had not had 2 moons before. "Wystan, my lord, you held my walls." "My lord, I did." "Tell me later. In the solar, take my horse, lad, take Theon's. He is at the North Tower, he will live, walk with me." "Yes, my lord." He turned. He looked at the small hooded girl at Catelyn's other side. She had her hand back in the pocket of Wystan's cloak. She was looking up at him with her violet eyes. "Sara, father, you have been good, my child." "Yes, father." "Maester Luwin tells me you have been very good." "Yes, father." "Then you may walk with us as well, child, to the solar. We have a great many things to say to each other today, and you are old enough now to hear them." She smiled then, the small, slow, pleased smile she had, and slipped her hand out of Wystan's pocket and took her foster father's and walked, between him and her brother, into the keep. They did not, that very night, raise the banner. In Winterfell, in the Maester's turret, in the small private library that no one but he was ever quite allowed into, Maester Luwin sat at his stool and unrolled, very carefully, an old folded chart that had been his teacher Vaelin's gift to him on the day of his chain. The chart was a chart of the free cities. It had on it, in his teacher's careful narrow hand, the docks and the trade routes and the warehouses and the great houses and the small low houses and the canals and the cellars, and the reading rooms of an entire alternative world that one did not see in the daylight. Maester Luwin laid the chart out. He put a small candle on each corner. He took up his quill. He began to make, in his own careful hand, a small new mark in the corner of 3 particular small squares on the chart. The marks were the Maester's mark for hours. The first square was a small low house on a particular canal in Bravos. The second was a particular wine shop in Pentos. The third was a particular very fat magister's house, also in Pentos, which had not been ours a fortnight ago and was, by the Maester's reckoning, ours now. He looked at the chart a long while. He counted his small marks. He had, by his count, marked 13 squares as ours. He had marked 9 more as friendly. He had marked 22 as known. He had marked the rest, and there were many as either silent or hostile or unknown. The chart was a thing of 15 years' patient work. He rolled it up. He put it back in its case. He locked the case. He sat for a moment in the candlelight, with his old hands folded. Then, in a voice so low even his apprentice would not have heard it, he said, "Begin." He blew out the candle. Banner raising was a slow northern matter. It was not a thing of 1 bellstroke and 1 shout in a courtyard. It was a thing of letters to the Great John and Lord Manderley and Lord Karstark and Lord Glover, and the mountain clans, and the small knight of the mountain, and Lord Serwyn and Lord Tallheart, and the Lady Mormont. Of small careful notes to Howland Reed, and to a small man on a small canal in Bravos, of plans for autumn cattle and winter stores, of a great many bridges held in 2 careful hands. They sat in the Lord's solar that night until the 3rd hour past midnight, the 4 of them, Eddard, Catelyn, Maester Luwin, and Wystan, and they planned. They planned by the candle. They planned when the candle had burned out by a fresh one. They planned. They planned. They planned. They wrote letters. They wrote, that night, 15 letters in Eddard Stark's own hand. They were not all of them banners. Some were polite. Some were trade. Some were small private words to old friends who had been Stark sworn since the dance of the dragons. The most polite of them was to a Frey at the Twins, in Catelyn's hand, asking after a cousin's bride. It had no banner in it at all. The most direct was to the Lord of the Reach, in plain northern words, asking him whether his bannermen of the Reach would, if Lord Tywin Lannister moved on a northern child, prefer to remember a debt of 40 years standing or to forget it. The Lord of the Reach was Mace Tyrell. Mace Tyrell would not answer for some moons. When he answered, he would answer cleverly. But the asking was the asking. The asking was now in the world. The 3rd bird was the most particular. It was a single sheet in Eddard Stark's hand in plain language, addressed to the small, low house on the canal in Bravos. It said, "Begin. Open the lockbox, set out the bowls. Pay every man on the list. Send the answer when you have it. Stark." Maester Luwin took the 3rd bird up to the rookery himself. He did not set it loose at once. He stood at the high window of his tower in his slippers in the small, cold spring dawn, with the bird on his wrist, and he looked east at the line of red coming up over the wolfswood. And he thought, for a moment, of a small, wet baby in a sodden blanket on a wreck on a rock 15 years before, and of an old Maester who had been 42 then and had thought he was already old, and was now 57 and was at last actually old, and was about to send up out of his rookery the bird that would, in some unknown chain of small actions, in some unknown number of small moons, perhaps put a Targaryen banner above a northern hall. He had not signed up for this. He had signed up to chronicle the small affairs of a northern house, to set bones, to teach letters, to record the births and deaths. He had also, he supposed in his own way, signed up for whatever he was needed for. He let the bird go. The bird climbed. The bird went south. In the Lord's chamber 2 hours later, after Catelyn had at last persuaded her exhausted husband into bed, and after the small lady Sara had been carried, half asleep, across the corridor by Wystan and laid in her own bed and tucked in, and after Barona had built up the fire in the hearth and gone out, the boy who was a man stood for a moment by his sister's bed and looked at her sleeping face. She had her brown hair dye washing out in the firelight, and her moonlight roots were beginning to show. Her cheek was pressed into her pillow. Her small hand, with its red sap glaze, was tucked under her chin. He bent down. He kissed her forehead very lightly. He turned. He went to his own chamber. In his own chamber he sat on the edge of his bed for a long time looking at the small iron Stark fosterling badge in his hand. He had taken it from his collar after supper. He had not put it back on. He turned it over once. He turned it over twice. Then he set it carefully on the small table by his bed. He did not throw it. He did not break it. He did not in any way dishonor it. He only set it down. He thought, "One day soon, brother, I will give this back. I will give it back to your son when your son sits in your chair, and I will tell him what it cost me and what it bought and what it meant, and your son will keep it." He blew out the candle. He slept. In Casterly Rock, in his great stone hall, Lord Tywin Lannister read a sealed letter from Winterfell that had been waiting on his desk for him for 3 days. The letter, like the first, was sealed with plain wax. The letter, like the first, was very brief. The letter said, "My lady wife wishes me to tell you that we have your groom, your assassins, your sketch, your files, and your list. The list is in 3 places. None of them are within your reach. If you ever again move on a child of my house, the list will be opened and the realm will know what you have done. I have not yet ridden. When I do, the road is south. Stark." Tywin Lannister read this letter twice, as well. Then, very slowly, he put it into the candle. The candle ate it. The flame burned blue at the edges where the parchment had taken the wax. He sat at his desk a long time. Far away, in King's Landing, in the small chamber of the Queen, a small, slim man was bending at the Queen's ear and whispering a thing about Lord Stark of Winterfell that he had been keeping for many years for the right moment. And the Queen, who had been unhappy for many days and many years, was, for the first time in a long while, smiling. She said when he had finished, "Then we will send the king." "Yes, my queen." "To Winterfell." "Yes, my queen." "In the spring." "Yes, my queen." "With his entire court." "Yes, my queen." "And we will, in time, see what we will see." "Yes, my queen." That same morning, in a small chamber off the Lord Solar, Eddard Stark called Theon Greyjoy to him. Theon came. Theon was thinner than he had been 3 moons before. Theon's hair was longer. Theon had a small, fresh red scar across the back of his right hand from a pike axeman who had not, in the end, killed him. Theon had been pulled out of his own father's burning hall by Eddard's own arms. Theon had ridden home north on Theon's own dark mare, with Lord Stark's sworn pledge to Lord Balon Greyjoy that Theon Greyjoy would, in his lifetime, return to Pike as Lord of the Iron Islands, and as no other thing. Theon had said little since. Now he stood in front of the desk in the small chamber and looked at his foster father with a face that had, somewhere in the last 3 moons, become a very different face. "My lord." "Theon." "Yes." "Sit." He sat. "Theon, I am about to tell you a thing. After I have told you, you will have one choice to make. The choice will not be free. The choice will be yours, but I will not pretend to you that you will be standing in any clear air when you make it. The choice is this. You will hear what I am about to tell you, and you will go on as my ward, and as the future Lord of Pike, and you will, in the small chambers and the great halls of this castle for the rest of your life, hold what you have heard. Or you will not, and I will be obliged to put a sword through your eye in this room and burn your body in the godswood and bury your bones under a stone with no name. Are we clear, Theon?" "My lord." "Are we clear?" "Clear, my lord." "Good." He told him. It took a quarter hour. He told him, plainly, in his own northern words, who Wystan was and who Sara was, and what had been done at Cracklaw 15 years before. He did not soften any of it. He told him also, plainly, what the Lord and the Lady and the Maester intended for the spring, what was being readied at White Harbor, what had been begun at the Bight, what the small, low house on the canal in Bravos was now doing. He told him, finally, that the Greyjoy heir would, in the next year, ride at the right hand of the Lord of Winterfell when Winterfell rode south, and that the Iron Islands, in the doing of it, would in some measure repay the realm for a debt their fathers had not paid. When he was done, Theon Greyjoy sat in his chair for a long time with his hands flat on his thighs and his head down. Then he looked up. His eyes were bright. "My lord," he said, I have spent a great many years a fool in your hall. I have said many small, bright, cruel things. I have said one or two of them to your wards. I am a Greyjoy. We are what we are. I am not, I think, what my father is. I had hoped for a long time that I might be. I will not be. I, my lord. Yes. I will hold what I have been told. I will hold it in the small chambers and the great halls of your castle for the rest of my life. I will hold it on the Iron Islands when I am, in my turn, lord there. I will, when the spring comes, ride at the right hand of the Lord of Winterfell, and the longships of the Iron Islands will, on that day, ride with him. There is nothing else for me to say. Then say nothing else, lad. My lord. Yes. You did not have to do this. You did not have to tell me. You could have ridden south without me. You could have ridden south with a Lannister wife waiting for me in some keep and a Lannister chain on my throat. You did not. You. Theon. Yes. Get up, stand straight, walk out of this room, tell no one, find your bow, practice. We will have need of you. Yes, my lord. He went. The door closed behind him. Eddard Stark sat at the desk a moment longer. Then he allowed himself, for the count of one breath, to put his face into his hands. Then he raised his head. Then he took up his quill again and wrote the next letter and the next and the next. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark sat in his solar with his lady wife on one side and his maester on the other, and his eldest ward on the bench by the door and his small daughter on his lap with her arms around his neck. And he said, very quietly, "Cat, tell me about the back stair." She told him. He listened to all of it. When she was finished, he set the small lady Sara on her feet, very gently, and stood up and walked to the window and pushed open the shutters and looked out at the northern dusk for a long while without speaking. Then, very quietly, in a voice that was perfectly Eddard Stark of Winterfell and the man he had always been, he said, "Then it is time. Yes, my love. We raise the banner. Yes, my love. Tall. Yes, my love." Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9 The Stag at the Gate. The royal column came up the King's Road to Winterfell on a hot, dry summer afternoon, in a dust cloud as wide as the road itself, and the people of the winter town came out into the streets to see it pass, and then, after a little while, went back into their houses. Because the column was very long and did not, in any reasonable hurry, get any closer to the gates of the keep. It took an hour and a half, in the end, for the king to reach Winterfell. He came in at last with 3 carts of luggage, 20 knights, 3 Kingsguard in white enameled mail, his queen in a green silk litter, his 3 children behind, and a small brother on a small mule. The grey direwolf was up on the pole, the crowned stag of Baratheon beside it. The 2 banners did not, perhaps, snap quite together. Eddard Stark and his lady wife stood at the foot of the steps to the keep. Behind them, in their proper northern order, were Robb in fine grey wool with the small pewter direwolf at his collar, Sansa in summer pale blue silk with her hair unbraided in the southern fashion at her own quiet request, Arya in a plain dark wool dress that she had tried, by every method available to a girl of 9, to ruin in the last hour, the small Lord Bran in his small grey jerkin, 6 years old, holding his nurse's hand and very wide-eyed, and behind them at the 3rd step, Wystan in dark mail with the small iron Stark fosterling badge at his collar and a long northern sword at his hip, and beside him, very still, in a hooded grey cloak with a careful brown wash on her hair and a careful brown wash on her eyes, the small lady Sara, who was, on this hot afternoon, 13 years old and Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen, and was playing the small grave child of a Stark fosterling for what would, very probably, be the last time in her life. Catelyn had told her the night before to be hooded, quiet, to speak only when spoken to say my lord and my lady, to look at no one too long. Sara had asked only one question, were the eggs safe? And Catelyn had said, yes, child, we have moved them, and Sara had slept. The king came up to the steps. The king dismounted with effort. The king, in a fine suede doublet that fit him at the shoulders and not at the belly, Catelyn drew breath, much heavier than she had remembered him. She had seen him last 16 years before, when she had been a young bride newly come up to Winterfell, and Robert Baratheon had been a tall, broad, black-haired warrior of 23 with a laugh like a thunderclap and a face full of teeth. He had a black beard now. The beard had gray in it. The cheeks above the beard were ruddy and a little fallen. The brown eyes had a redness around them that was wine and not weather. The teeth were the same. He saw Ned. He stopped at the second step. Ned. Robert. You have grown old. You have grown fat. The yard waited a count of 3. Then the king laughed. The laugh was the same. He embraced Eddard. He held him by the shoulders. By the gods, Ned, it is good to see you. He kissed Catelyn's hand and asked the children's names and looked Robb up and down and asked Arya what was on her face. Mud, your grace, and laughed. Then he stepped past Bran and looked up at the third step. He stopped. He looked. He saw Wystan. Wystan on the third step did not move. Wystan did not duck. Wystan kept his face level. Wystan met the king's eye for half a heartbeat, and then, in the very small northern way that Maester Luwin had taught him over the last year, the small, slight northern lower of the eyes that meant respect rather than fear, let his gaze drop to the king's chest. Robert looked at him, a long count of 3. Ned, who is this? Wystan, your grace, my ward, cousin to Lord Wyman of White Harbor. Manderley. Yes. He has not. Robert paused. He rubbed his jaw. He has not a Manderley look about him. He is a cadet branch. We have had him in this hall for 15 years. He has been raised here. He is a fine swordsman. He has, this last year, been knighted in my own godswood. Knighted by me, in the old way. M.H. A small silence. Robert kept looking at the boy. The boy kept his eyes on the king's chest. The boy did not move. The boy was breathing on the inside of his armor very carefully. Boy, your grace, you have a long jaw. I have my mother's jaw, your grace. Manderley women have round jaws. My mother was a Serwyn, your grace. Robert grunted. He turned away. He went back down to the second step. He clapped Ned on the back hard. Ned, inside. There is a thing in my column called wine and another called venison, and I want both. Up, up. Cat, lead the way. We will sort the small ones out later. He climbed the steps, heavily, breathing through his nose. Ned took his arm at the third stair. They went up together. The queen, in her pale green and silver, was being helped out of her litter by a polite knight in white. The queen, when she looked at Ned Stark, smiled a small, careful smile that did not move her eyes. Behind her 2 children climbed out Joffrey, 12, with his mother's golden hair and his Uncle James' bright vein blue eyes, the little Princess Miachella, 7, with a face like a small, pretty doll, and behind them the small Prince Tommen, 3 years old, on a nurse's hip, with his thumb in his mouth. The king's brother came up the steps half an hour later, quite alone, a man so small that when he stood beside Wystan on the third step, he came up only a little above Wystan's elbow. He had mismatched eyes and a clever, sad, watching face. He looked at Weston a moment. He saw what the king had not. He saw the line of the boy's jaw, the shape of the brow, the very faint wrong tone in the hair the dye had not caught at the temples. He kept his face perfectly still and went into the keep. His name was Tywin Lannister. He was, Catelyn knew, the cleverest Lannister. He was, she decided in that moment, going to be the trouble. The first 3 days of the visit were a slow, stately performance. There were feasts and hunts. The king took a 15-point stag in the Wolfswood on the second day. On the third day, in the practice yard, Weston disarmed a Kingsguard of the White Cloak in 3 exchanges in front of the king himself, and the king laughed his great rolling laugh and slapped Ned on the back and shouted that the boy was wasted on a manderly chair and ought to be at court. Ned very quietly said that the boy was needed at Winterfell. The king grinned. The king went off to find more wine. Tyrion Lannister, on the bench beside Catelyn, watched the boy disarm the Kingsguard with a face that gave nothing away. After a while he said, very quietly, in a voice meant for her only, "My lady, Lord Tyrion, your fosterling has the most remarkable footwork I have seen in some time. He has been well taught." "By whom?" "Sir Roderick Castle." "I have met Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick teaches northern footwork." "That was not, my lady, northern footwork. He has read a great many books." M.H. Tyrion's mismatched eyes did not leave the practice yard. "But a sword, alas, is not learned from a book. Lord Tyrion, I would prefer you not have this conversation in this courtyard." "Quite forgive me." He raised his cup to her, very slightly, and went on watching. That night, in their bedchamber, after the king had been carried snoring to bed, after the queen had retired to her wing of the South Tower, after the small princess had been put to sleep by Septa Mordane and the small prince by his nurse, Ned Stark stood at his window and watched the courtyard. He did not turn when his wife came up beside him. "Tyrion saw the boy," he said. "He did." "He has not spoken to anyone." "Not yet." "He will." "He may not. Tyrion Lannister has, I am told, a small private grudge against his sister and his father. He may not have one against the Queen's son. He may very well love his nephew. Joffrey is. Joffrey is a small, bright, cruel boy, Eddard." "Yes." "He is 12. "Yes." "He is what his mother has made him." "Yes." A silence. Then Catelyn said, "Eddard." "Yes." "Tomorrow, after the hunt, after Robert is down, I think you must speak to Robert." "Cat." "You must, Eddard. You have one chance to tell him before someone else tells him for you. We are at the edge. The boy disarmed a Kingsguard in front of the king. Tyrion saw the jaw. The queen has, by Maester Lewin's report, sent 3 private letters in the last week, to her father, to her brother James, to a small, slim man at court. We are at the edge. Tell him, Eddard. Tell him while there is still a Robert who is your friend, not a king who is your sovereign. Tell him before a Lannister tells him." He did not move from the window for a long time. Then he said, Eddard. "Yes. I love you very much." "I know, Cat. I want you to come back to bed." "In a moment." He came in a moment. The next morning, after the hunt, after the king had been brought back red-faced and laughing with 2 stags and a boar and a great deal of wine in him already, after he had been bathed and changed and fed a whole roast pheasant in his rooms, Ned Stark went up to the king's chambers in his plain northern grey, with no man at his back, and the door of the king's chamber closed behind him, and the two men inside it were alone. What was said in that chamber was not, then, written down anywhere. There was no Maester, and no Queen, and no Lannister. There was only Robert Baratheon, on his great cushioned chair by the window, with his cup in his hand and his belt unbuckled, and Eddard Stark, standing in front of him in his northern grey. "Robert." "Ned, sit, drink." "I will not sit." "Sit, Ned, damn it, you make me tired." "I will say what I have come to say standing, Robert. After it, I will sit." Go on then." Ned drew breath. He told him in plain northern words, the wreck at Crackclaw 15 years before, a babe in a sodden bundle and a boy with a knife, a fire on a road and a promise, a moonlight-haired girl in a hooded cloak grown up in his godswood, a long-jawed boy in dark mail who had disarmed a Kingsguard. Tywin, the assassins on the back stair, Pike, Lord John Arryn dead in the Tower of the Hand, a small carved box in his solar with a drawing of a dragon carrying a wolf in its claws, 3 eggs in a cellar, everything. Robert, in his chair, did not move while Ned spoke. The cup in his hand, after the second sentence, did not move either. When Ned was finished, when there was no more to say, only the small silence of an old friend waiting for an old friend's answer, Robert Baratheon set down the cup. He looked at his hands. He looked at his hands for a long count of 7. Then he looked up. His face was not the face Catelyn had seen on the steps. His face was not the face the column had laughed with the day before. His face was the face of Robert Baratheon, son of Steffan, Lord of Storm's End, 18 years before, on a hill in the rain after the Trident, when Rhaegar Targaryen lay dead at his feet and a wide red ribbon of rubies had broken up out of Rhaegar's chest into the wet dirt. The face was a face made of one thing. The thing was wrath. "Stark," Robert Baratheon said. His voice was quiet. It was the worst quiet Ned had ever heard out of him. "You have kept his children." "Yes." "In your house." "Yes." "While I was on my throne." "Yes." "You have been my friend." "Yes." "And the whole time." "Yes, Robert." "In my own house, Ned. I have eaten at your trestle, I have hunted in your wood, I have slept under your roof, I have laughed at your fire. And the whole time you have been keeping. Robert. Don't say my name, you gray lying. Robert, listen to me. They are children, they were children. The babe was a moon old. The boy was 9, they had no. They are not children. The babe has been 13 years a sword in your hand, Stark. The boy has been 22 years AA. They are children of dragon blood and they have grown up at Winterfell. They have been raised on northern stew and northern winters. They speak with my children's voices. The girl plays in my godswood. The boy disarmed your Kingsguard and called you your grace. They have. They have nothing of mine. They have my crown, Stark. They have. Robert, they do not want your crown. You think I am a fool. I think you are a friend of mine who has been lied to for 17 years and has, this hour, every right to break my jaw. But I think also, Robert, that you are a man who, in those 17 years, has not chased a Targaryen babe across the sea. You let Stannis chase one. You did not chase it yourself. You have not, Robert, look at me, you have not loved this hate for 12 years. You have not loved any of it. You have loved your hunt and your wine and your boys. The hate has been a thing that was given to you when you were young and angry and grief-mad, and you have carried it on your back because no one ever took it off you. I am taking it off you now. I am telling you now, Take a breath. Look at me. Listen." Robert was on his feet. The cup had gone over and was rolling on the cushion, leaving a long red stain. "I will kill you," he said. "I will kill you with my own hands." "You will not, Robert." "I will." "You will not. You loved my sister. You were going to marry her. You, Robert, my lord, my friend. Sit down." "You." "Sit down." "You have brought a Targaryen prince and a Targaryen princess into my realm, Ned. You have raised them at my back. There is nothing." "Sit down." Robert stood. He stood for a long count of 10. Then, very slowly, he sat. He did not, in the next quarter hour, say very many words. He did not weep. Robert Baratheon had not wept in 18 years and was not about to weep now. But the wrath, after some quarter hour of plain northern words and small, careful new facts laid in front of him, became, at last, something else. It could not be said to be acceptance. It could not be said to be peace. It became, in that quarter hour, a thing closer to the slow, tired confusion of a great hot animal that has, at last, run out of road. "Ned." "Yes." "Bring them to me." "Robert." "Bring them to me, both of them. Now, in this chamber. I will not promise I will not strike them. I will only promise you I will not kill them in this chamber with my hands. I will look at them. I will look at the boy's jaw. I will look at the girl's eyes. Then I will tell you what we are going to do. Bring them, Ned." "Robert." "Bring them, or I will have my Kingsguard bring them. Choose." Ned drew breath. He went out. He went down. Wystan was in the small chamber off the Lord Solar in his dark mail, very still. Sara was with Catelyn in the Lord's chamber with her hood up. Ned took them both, very quietly by the back stair, up to the king's chambers. He did not look at them on the way. He did not say anything. He did not need to. They knew. At the door of the king's chamber, on the threshold, Wystan stopped. "Father." It was the first time he had said the word in any room where another person could hear it. Ned did not correct him. "Yes, lad." "If he kills me." "He will not, Wystan." "If he tries." "I will not let him." "And my sister." "Will not be touched by any hand while I am alive in this castle. Are we clear, Wystan?" "Clear, father." "Then come." He opened the door. In the king's chamber the king was on his great chair. The cup of wine was on its side on the cushion. The red stain was wide. Robert Baratheon looked up. He saw a long-jawed boy of 22 in dark northern mail. He saw a small 13-year-old girl with a hooded cloak, and her hood pushed back, her hair the color of moonlight in the late afternoon sun coming in at the window. Her violet eyes very wide and very steady on his face, and her hand caught very tightly in her brother's hand. He looked at them a long time. Wystan did not flinch. Wystan did not bow. Wystan stood square the way he had been told to stand, the way Ned had said, not kneeling, not flinching, looking the king in the eye as one Westerosi lord to another. Sara, beside him, did look at the king. She did not look down, she did not duck her chin. She had been told, this morning, that this was the day she might at last lift her face, and she lifted it. Robert Baratheon looked at her face. After a long time he said, very quietly, "Gods, she has Rhaella's eyes." He sat a long while. Then he stood. He did not strike them. He walked across the chamber and stopped 2 paces in front of the small Lady Sara. "Child." "Your Grace." "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, Your Grace." "Tell me." "You are King Robert. of the house Baratheon, the first of his name, you killed my brother Rhaegar at the Trident." Robert closed his eyes for a moment. He said, "I did. My foster father has told me what manner of man my brother Rhaegar was. He has told me also what manner of man you are. He has told me there is more good in you than most men know and more sorrow in you than any man should carry. He has told me, your grace, that you were a friend of his sister Lyanna." Yes. Yes, child, I was a friend of his sister." "Then, your grace, I will tell you what I have told no one but my brother and my mother and my father and my maester." "What, child?" "I am sorry." "For what?" "For all of it. For the war. For my father. For my brother. For the children in the cloaks. For everything that was done to your friend. I did not do any of those things. I was not there. I am 13 years old. But the blood that did them is in me. It is. And I am sorry. I am sorry that any of them happened. I am sorry, your grace. I hope in time you will believe me." Robert Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, looked down at the small 13-year-old girl in front of him, and his great red, wrathful face moved. It moved a great deal. He sat down on the cushion of his chair, very heavily, very slowly. He put his great hand over his eyes. He breathed. After a long while he said, in a voice none of them had ever heard him use, "Ned, damn you, Ned." "Yes, Robert." "Damn you to all 7 hells, Ned." "Yes, Robert." "Bring me the cup." Ned brought him the cup. He drank. He set it down. He looked up at the boy. Your grace, you disarmed my Kingsguard yesterday." "Yes, your grace." "You owe me a blade." He cracked his sword in the bind. "I have to buy him a new one." "I will pay for the blade, your grace." You are an annoying boy. I will think on whether to take your money or your hand." A small pause. Then Robert said, "Lo, boy." "Yes." "You are Aerys' son." "I am." "You are also, by every account in this damned northern keep, Ned Stark's son." "By his keeping, your grace. Yes." He looked at Wystan a long count of 10. The wrath in his face had become something he himself did not yet have a name for. "I will think," he said finally. "I will think tonight. I will not tonight decide. I will not tonight kill you. I will not tonight banner. I will think. Stark." "Yes." "Get them out of this chamber. Get them down. Feed them. They have not eaten since dawn by the look. Feed them. Do not show them to my queen. Do not show them to my son. Do not show them to that small, clever brother of mine. Are we clear?" "Clear, Robert." "Tomorrow at noon, the 3 of us. Here we will speak." "Yes." They went out. The door shut behind them. In the corridor, Wystan, in his dark mail, looked at his foster father. He did not say anything. There were tears on his face. There were tears on Sara's. There were tears on Eddard Stark's, although none of them, perhaps, were going to mention them. "Down," Ned said quietly, "to your mother. Now." They went down. The keep was quiet in the late afternoon light. The summer was beginning to break against the first cool nights. The wind, when it came in at the corridor's small window, smelled, very faintly, of the autumn coming on. The morning came gray. It came gray, and very still, and with a thin small fog hanging low in the godswood, and Eddard Stark and his lady wife and the small Lady Sara walked, before the first hour past dawn, down to the heart tree and stood under the red leaves at the foot of the black pool. The carved face wept its slow red sap. The pool was a black mirror. Sara took her foster father's hand on one side and her foster mother's on the other. She did not, this morning, climb the tree. She did not, this morning, put her palm in the sap. She only stood, with the two people who had raised her, in the godswood she had grown up in, and she said her morning prayers, the northern morning prayers Catelyn had taught her, the prayers to the old gods Maester Luwin had taught her in two languages and two faiths. The way she had said them every morning of her life, and she did not, this morning, ask the gods for anything in particular. She thanked them. That was all. When they came back up out of the godswood, the king was on the steps of the keep in his great cushioned chair, which had been carried down by 4 servants and propped on the cobbles in the cold morning sun. He was dressed in his summer black and gold. He was sober. He had, by the small private report that Maester Luwin had given Catelyn an hour before, drunk only 1 cup of wine in the small hours of the night, and had slept badly, and had risen at dawn, and had walked twice around the inner wall in his cloak before sitting down to break his fast on porridge. Porridge. The king had eaten porridge. Catelyn had not, before this morning, ever heard of Robert Baratheon eating porridge. He saw them come up out of the godswood path. He did not stand. He waited. The yard was empty. The yard had been emptied very quietly by Sir Roderick Castle an hour before. Wystan was at the king's right elbow, a pace behind the chair in his dark mail, with his hands clasped at his back and his eyes lowered. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Sir Barristan Selmy, was at the king's left, in his white enameled mail, with his great white hand on the hilt of his sword. There was no other man in the yard. Eddard came up the steps, Catelyn at his side, Sara between them. The king looked at them. "Stark. Robert. I have thought. Yes. I have not slept. Nor have I. I will say it the once, Ned. Listen." "I am listening." The king drew breath. "I will not banner you. I will not raise the realm. I will not write to my queen's father. I will not this year, nor the next, nor the year after that, ever take this matter to a council. I will pretend I have not been told. I will pretend I have not seen what I have seen. I will go home in 3 days. I will eat your venison. I will hunt your wolfswood. I will laugh in your hall. I will leave. I will not speak of this to my queen. I will not speak of this to my own brother. I will not speak of this, Ned, on my deathbed. Do you hear me?" "I hear you." "Why I am doing this," he paused. He looked at Sara. He looked back at Ned. "Why I am doing this, you and I both know, Stark. I am doing it because I cannot with my own hands kill Lyanna's brother's wards. I am doing it because the babe was a moon old. I am doing it because the boy stands here in your mail and looks at me with my old foster brother's eye and not with Ares's. I am doing it because the girl is 13 and said what she said to me yesterday. I am doing it because if I do not do it I will sit in my chair tonight and weep, and I have not wept since the Trident, and I will not weep tonight. I am, Ned, I am buying my own peace. I am buying it from you. I am paying it in silence. Are we clear?" "We are clear, Robert." "Now you will pay your part. You will keep them quiet. You will not raise the banner. You will not, in my reign, sit them on any throne, not this one. Not any. The boy will go on being your fosterling. The girl will go on being your fosterling. They will marry, when the time comes, into northern houses or your own children. They will live. They will not be displayed. They will not be put forward. They will not be mine to deal with. Are we clear?" Ned looked at him a long moment. He looked at Wystan, behind the chair. The boy had not lifted his eyes. The boy was breathing very evenly. The boy did not, on his face, say anything, but Ned, who had raised him, saw the very small movement at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Sara. The girl was looking up at the king with her violet eyes, very steady. He drew breath. "Robert," he said, "old friend, I cannot make that promise." The king's face did not move. "Stark." "I cannot, Robert, not because I do not love you, not because I do not honor what you have offered me this morning. I do. I am, Robert. I am stunned by it. I had not let myself imagine it this morning. I had ridden up here into this yard expecting a different conversation. I am. He drew breath again. "But, Robert, I cannot, with my own mouth, swear that the small girl on this step will, in her life, be only a northern fosterling. I cannot swear it because, Robert, I do not know yet what the girl is. None of us do. The girl has eggs in this keep that may yet wake. The girl has things in her that the world has not seen for centuries. I cannot swear on her behalf that she will be quiet for the whole of her life. I will not lie to you, Robert. Not today. Not after this morning. Not any more." A silence. The yard was very still. Robert Baratheon looked at the small Lady Sara. "Child, your grace, will you swear it?" "What, your grace?" "That you will, in your life, sit on no throne in my realm." She thought about it. She thought about it for a long moment that no 13-year-old girl should have had to think about anything for. The wind moved her moonlight hair. Her violet eyes looked very steadily into his red-brown ones. She said at last, "No, your grace, I cannot swear it. I am sorry. I will not lie to you either." Robert Baratheon let out a breath that was not exactly a laugh, and was not exactly a sob. "Gods," he said very low, "gods help me, you are an honest little dragon." "I am sorry, your grace." "Don't be sorry, child, don't be sorry, you are—" He did not finish. He turned his face away. "Stark." "Robert." "Then we are at an impasse." "We are." And so. "I will give you then a different oath. Listen to me, Stark. I will not, in my reign, take any move against these wards of yours. I will not send a host. I will not send a knife. I will not write to my queen's father about them. I will leave them with you. I will, in my own reign, do nothing. I will leave the rest," he gestured vaguely with his great hand, "to whatever comes after my reign. Are we clear, Stark?" "We are clear, Robert." "Good." He stood up from the chair. The great chair creaked. He walked slowly across the cobbles to where Sara was standing between her foster parents. He went slowly down on one knee in front of her, his great old knee popping audibly. The Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy behind him did not move. Sir Barristan was a man who had served Ares. Sir Barristan had served Rhaegar. Sir Barristan was now bending, very, very slightly, the smallest knightly bow at his shoulder in the cold yard behind the king. Catelyn saw it. She did not say anything. "Child." "Your grace." "In my reign, and only in my reign, you have my word that you will not be hunted in my realm. After my reign I cannot speak. I will not lie to you. There are men in my kingdom who will be looking for you all of your life. Be careful. Be quiet. Be hidden. But know, child, that you have this day my word." "Thank you, your grace." "And, child." "Yes, your grace." "I am sorry for the cloaks." She closed her eyes for one moment. "Yes, your grace." He stood up. He turned. He walked slowly back to his chair and sat and put his hands on his great knees and looked out at the wolfswood for a long while without seeing any of it. The Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy did not move. The two of them stood like that. the king and his sword in the cold yard for a long time. Eddard Stark took his lady wife's hand and his foster daughters and walked them, very quietly, back into the keep. Behind them, on his great cushioned chair on the steps, Robert Baratheon, king of the Seven Kingdoms, watched them go, and watched also the long-jawed boy in dark mail follow them. And after the door had closed behind them, the king of the Seven Kingdoms allowed himself at last two slow tears down his great red sad face. The Lord Commander, Sir Barristan Selmy, did not see them. Sir Barristan was looking, with great northern courtesy, at the Wolf's Wood. In the South Tower, the Queen was already writing her next letter, and was beginning, in her small private way, to count the hours until the host she had asked for would, at last, be on the road. She did not know that her father had not yet sent it. She did not know that her father, that morning in his great stone hall above Lannisport, had read 3 private reports of his own, and had laid down his quill, and was sitting at his desk, looking at the candle, and was, for the first time in a long while, actually deciding. He had not yet decided. He would, in the next 2 days. The realm, in those 2 days, was holding its breath. So was Winterfell. 3 days after that, on the morning the royal column was meant to ride out the east gate of Winterfell, a small fast bird came up out of the south with a small folded paper in the cipher of Howland Reed. The paper said only, "A column of 2,000 horse left Casterly Rock 4 days ago. Lord Tywin's banner, Lannister captains, going north by way of the Westerlands Road. They are, by my best estimate, 11 days from your gates." Eddard Stark read the paper. He took it to the king before the column had finished forming up. Robert read it. The king's face, in the cold morning, did not move. He set the paper down on the small table by the door of his chambers. He looked at Eddard. "Stark. Robert. My queen's father has sent his banner. He has. Without my command. Without it, Robert. While I was a guest in your house. Yes. While I was, yesterday morning, speaking my private oath to your foster daughter on your steps. Yes. A silence. Then Robert said, very low, "That Stark is a thing." Yes. That is a thing my queen's father has done. Yes. He stood for a moment, then he turned. He walked to the small table. He took up the small folded paper. He looked at it. He said, to no one in particular, "Selmy. Your Grace. Send the column on its way to King's Landing, an hour from now on the dot. Let my queen go with it. Let my children go with it. Let my brother, that very small, clever brother of mine, let him go with it as well. I want my queen back at the Red Keep before any of this gets worse." "Yes, your Grace." "You will, however, not go with them." "Your Grace." "You will stay, Sir Barristan, with myself. We will, the 2 of us, ride south by a different road in our own time. We will perhaps go down by way of the Westerlands Road. Are we clear?" Sir Barristan Selmy, the bold who had served Aerys briefly and Robert long and the kingdom always, looked at his king for a very long count, and then bowed, very slightly. "Clear, your Grace." "Stark." "Yes." "I will not today banner you. I will not today write to my queen's father. I will today ride south. I will meet his column on the road. I will tell him in my own voice that he has done a thing he should not have done. I will tell him to turn around. He will perhaps turn around. He will perhaps not. We will in any case see." "Robert." "Yes." You should not ride south alone. I am the King Stark. You are also a friend of mine. Take 10 of my horse. I will not take any of your horse. Take 20 of Manderley's. I will not take any northern horse on the road south to meet a Lannister column. I will not give him the satisfaction. Robert, take a Meister, take a Stark. Listen to me. I'm going to ride south now today with Sir Barristan Selmy and 12 of my own horse, and we are going to ride down the King's Road, and we are going to meet Lord Tywin Lannister's column where it is, and I am going to look him in the face. He will turn around. He will look at me. He will look at Sir Barristan. He will count the days. He will count what it would mean if his banner were to go on north past me. He will turn around. I will then ride home. I will then sleep in my own bed in my own keep. I will then drink a great deal of wine. I will then think on what to do next. Do not press me, Stark. I have given you this morning more than I expected I could give any man this season. Robert, my friend, Ned, listen. The hardest thing I have ever done in my life is to look at a small 13-year-old girl on your step yesterday and not put my hand on my sword. The second hardest thing is what I am about to do this afternoon. Let me do it. Trust me. I am still, in some corner of myself, the boy you fostered with at the Eyrie. Let me have this. Eddard Stark drew breath. He bowed slightly to his king. As your grace wills. The king rode out the east gate 2 hours later, with his king's guard and 12 horse and a great heavy crowned stag banner. The queen and her children and her small clever brother went with the rest of the column down the King's Road to King's Landing. Wystan stood, in dark mail, on the high battlement above the east gate, watching the king's small black and gold banner ride south. Sara stood beside him, hooded. Brother, sister, will he turn the column? Wystan did not, at first, answer. Then he said quietly, I do not know, sister. Will he live? I do not know that either, sister. Will father ride south after him? I do not know. Brother, yes. Are we, at last, going to raise the banner? He looked at her. He took her hand. He held it. Sister, he said, I think we may be. MH. She thought for a moment. Then she said, in her small, clear 13-year-old voice, Then we will need to take the eggs out of the cellar. He laughed, very softly. Aye, sister, we will, tonight, father has already said. Good. She pressed his hand. They watched the small black and gold banner go south down the King's Road, until it was a speck, and then nothing at all. In the South Tower, in the Queen's litter, the Queen Cersei Lannister, on her way home to King's Landing with her 3 children and her small clever brother and a great many silk cushions, sat with her white hands folded in her lap and her green eyes very still, and thought about her father's banner on the King's Road, and thought about her own husband going south alone with 12 horse to meet it, and felt, for the first time in a long while, the small private cold beginning of a fear. She did not show it, but it was there. In Winterfell that night in the Lord Solar, 4 people sat by the candle and made the next plan and did not, this time, plan only by candle. They planned by the maps on the walls. They planned by the long, careful private chart Maester Luwin had drawn of the free cities. They planned by the lists of northern bannermen on the desk. They planned. By the 3rd hour past midnight, when the candle had burned down to a stump, Eddard Stark stood up. He went to the window. He pushed open the shutters. He looked out at the godswood in the cold summer dark. Cat. Yes. In a fortnight. Yes. In a fortnight, we will know whether Robert turned the column. Yes. If he turned it, we have a season more. Yes. If he did not turn it. Yes, Eddard. Then we go. Yes, my love. South. South, my love. All of us. All of us. He stood at the window a long while. Then he closed the shutters. He turned. He looked at his lady wife and his maester and his eldest ward, who in the candlelight finally, in a way Ned had not entirely allowed himself to see before, was no longer his ward. He was a young man of 22 in dark mail, with a long northern sword at his hip, and a long jaw and pale violet eyes very steady in the candle. Weston. Father. Tomorrow, the eggs come out of the cellar. Yes, father. Tomorrow, we tell your sister her name. Yes, father. Tomorrow, we begin. Yes, father. He did not say more. There was no more to say. They went, the four of them, to bed. The summer wind moved at the windows of Winterfell. The morning, when it came, would be a morning none of them had ever seen before. Far away, in the Queen's chambers in the South Tower, a queen with green eyes and yellow hair sat at her writing desk and sealed a small private letter to her father at Casterly Rock, and rang her small silver bell, and gave the letter to the very small boy who came in. And the very small boy slipped it inside his tunic, and went out, and was 3 days down the King's Road before the letter reached anyone of importance. The letter said only, "He has told the king. The boy is in the keep. The girl is in the keep. The eggs, by all reports, are also in the keep. We must move. Send the host." She blew out her candle. In Winterfell that night, the children of Ned Stark and his lady wife were put to bed at the usual hour, and the household ate at the usual time, and the candles in the great hall were put out at the usual time, and the watch on the walls was set at the usual time. Lord Eddard Stark and his lady wife and his maester and his eldest ward did not sleep. They sat in the Lord's solar in the candlelight, and they planned. They planned by the candle. They planned when the candle had burned out by a fresh one. They planned. They planned. In the king's chambers, Robert Baratheon drank a great cup of wine and another great cup of wine and a third, and did not sleep either. He sat in his chair. He thought. He thought about a sister of Eddard Stark's at the Tower of Joy. He thought about a baby in a red cloak. He thought about a small 13-year-old girl with violet eyes who had said, "I am sorry, Your Grace." He thought a long time. In the South Tower, the Queen wrote 3 more letters. In Maester Luwin's rookery, 3 more birds went south and east in 3 different ciphers. The morning would come. The morning, when it came, would change a kingdom. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10 Fire and Wolves. The eggs came up out of the cellar at the 3rd hour past dawn, in 3 plain wooden chests on a small handcart, under 3 heavy plain northern wool blankets, pushed by Weston and Maester Luwin between them through the kitchen corridor, and up the back stair to the Lord's solar, where the door had been bolted from the inside, and the shutters had been closed, and a single fire had been laid in the grate. The fire was a small fire. The fire was, in fact, a very small fire. It had been laid by Maester Luwin himself, with the smallest splinters of pine and the smallest curl of paper tinder, because the Maester had said that what was being done that morning was a thing for a small fire, not a great one, and that great fires would, if needed, come later. Eddard Stark stood at the desk with his hand on the wood. Catelyn stood by the hearth in her grey wool. Maester Luwin was at the table with his hands folded over his chain of office. Wystan, in dark mail with the iron Stark fosterling badge polished bright at his collar, set the handcart against the wall and wiped his hands on his cloak. Sara was on the rug. She was on the rug because she had asked, in the small hours of the morning before this, whether she could be on the rug when the eggs came up. They had not, on the morning, said no. The rug was the great old grey wolf-share rug that had been a gift to Eddard's grandfather Edwyle from the Magnar of Carhold 100 years before. The rug was wide. The rug was warm. The rug, Sara had said, was where she would sit when she did this, because the rug was Stark. She was wearing, they had not asked her to wear it, but she had, the small grey wool shift she had slept in as a child, which had been let out twice and was now snug at the shoulders. Her moonlight hair, with the brown wash in it, was loose down her back. The brown wash was beginning to come out at the temples in soft, pale curls. Her violet eyes were very bright. She had, on her right palm, the small, dim, red glaze of heart-tree sap that 2 years had not entirely faded. She was 13.5 years old. Wystan came across the rug. He went down on one knee in front of her. He put his hand, very carefully, on her shoulder. "Sister, brother, are you?" "Yes, I am ready." "Are you afraid?" "A little, are you?" "Very." She smiled. It was a small, slow, grave smile, the smile he had known on her face since she had been 4. "Then we are afraid together, brother." "I." "Open the chests." He opened them. He took from the first the egg that was bronze and red, the egg that had hummed in her lap at 12. He laid it on the rug in front of her, between her bare knees. He took, from the second, the egg that was black with red veins. He laid it on the rug at her right hand. He took, from the third, the egg that was pale bone with a black spine. He laid it on the rug at her left hand. The eggs lay there. She put her right hand, the one with the red glaze, on the bronze and red. She put her left hand on the pale bone. She closed her eyes. She breathed. Maester Luwin, behind her, said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Child, the fire." She opened her eyes. She looked at the small fire in the grate. She looked at it for a long count of 3. Then she stood up. She walked, very carefully, on the rug across to the hearth. She put her 2 hands into the fire. Her fingers closed. Her fists closed. Her 2 hands brought up 2 small, careful fistfuls of small flame. She walked back. She did not, in walking, drop any of it. Her 2 hands carried fire as if her 2 hands had been carrying fire for 13 years and had only that morning been given the chance to admit it. Her violet eyes were very bright. The fire in her hands was a soft, warm yellow-orange, and it did not burn. It burned, perhaps, the air around her hands, or perhaps it burned no air at all. Her face, in that quarter-minute, was not the face of a 13-year-old girl from a northern keep. It was a face out of an old painting in a cellar in old Valyria. It was a face the world had not seen in 100 years. Catelyn drew breath, sharp. Eddard Stark, by the desk, did not move. Sara, Daenerys, knelt on the rug. She brought her right hand down on the bronze and red egg. She brought her left hand down on the pale bone egg. She held them there. The fire in her hands sank into the eggs. The eggs went hot. The eggs went hotter than hot. The eggs went, in the stillness of the Lord Solar, the color of small suns. The bronze and red glowed orange at first, then a deep red gold, then a color Catelyn did not have words for. The pale bone went white. The black with red between her knees began, very slowly, all of itself, to glow as well, drinking the heat off the rug, drinking it off her body, drinking it off Wystan. It lasted, in the room, perhaps a count of 40. Then there was a small, hard, dry crack. It was a small sound. It was the sound a green stick makes in a hot fire. It was the sound, perhaps, that Aegon the Conqueror's mother had heard 294 years before in a small high chamber in Old Valyria on the morning that had been hers. The Bronze and Red egg had cracked. A second crack, the pale bone. A third, the black with red. Sara, Daenerys Targaryen, daughter of storms, daughter of Ares, stormborn, put her hands flat on the rug between the eggs and bowed her head over them, and her moonlight hair fell forward and curtained her face. She was breathing very evenly. She was making, in the back of her throat, a small high-low sound that was not entirely a hum and was not entirely a song. She would, in years afterward when she was queen, never explain this part properly to anyone. She was saying, in the small, old, slow way that the heart tree had said her name to her in the godswood at 11, 3 names. The names were not, in any language anyone in the room would have recognized, words. They were sounds. They were, perhaps, what old Valyria had used as names for its dragons, before there had been a Westeros for those dragons to come to. They had come to her, the names, in 3 different dreams of 3 different colors. She had remembered them only this morning on the rug in the small fire. She said the first name into the Bronze and Red egg. The Bronze and Red egg cracked open in her hand, and a small wet thing the color of the morning sun crawled out and lifted its small wet head and looked her in the eye and breathed a small soft puff of smoke into her face and said in its own small thin voice the same name back. She wept. She was not aware that she was weeping. She said the second name into the pale bone egg. The pale bone egg cracked open, and a small wet thing the color of moonlight on snow crawled out and looked at her, and snapped its small wet jaws once, and yawned at her, and said back its own name. She said the third name into the black with red egg. The black with red egg cracked open, and a small wet thing the color of midnight crawled out and looked at her, and crawled up her bare arm and curled around her neck, and laid its small hot head against the moonlight hair on her shoulder and slept. The Lord Solar, after that, was very, very quiet for a long time. Ned Stark did not move from the desk. Catelyn did not move from the hearth. Maester Luwin sat down slowly in his chair, with his old hands folded in his lap. Wystan was on the rug beside his sister, on his knees, with both his hands flat on the rug, and tears running down his face that he was not bothering to wipe. The 3 small, wet new dragons of House Targaryen, the first new dragons in the world for 153 years, yawned, hummed, bumped their small wet heads against their riders' hands, and were warm. After a great while Ned Stark by the desk said very quietly, "Cat." "Yes. We will need, I think, a great many small cushions." "Yes, my love." "And milk." "Yes, my love." "And a great deal of meat." "Yes." "And a stable boy who will not run away when he sees them." "Yes." "And cat." "Yes." "A new banner for the east gate." "Yes, my love, yes." That was on the morning of the 7th day after the king had ridden south. That same evening, on the King's Road 200 leagues to the south, in the small camp of King Robert Baratheon at the edge of a small grove of beech, the king was sitting on a stump by his fire with a great cup of wine in his hand, and a small folded report from Lord Wyman Manderly's Southern Eyes in the other. The report said only, "Lord Tywin's column has not turned. They have crossed the Trident on the bridge of Lord Walder Frey. They paid a toll. The Frey lord laughed. They are now 4 days from your camp on the road north. They have not, my king, moved a single horse for any direction but yours. Send. Robert read the report twice. He set it down. He drank. Sir Barristan Selmy, the bold in his white enameled mail, sat by the fire on the second stump. Sir Barristan was a man who had served 3 kings and had not, in 50 years of service, given counsel unless asked. Sir Barristan, this evening, was looking at the fire and was making, on his old knee, a small, slow, careful sketch with a charred stick of the lay of the road and the lay of the riders. Robert said, Selmy, Your Grace. How many horse with us? 12, Your Grace. And the column? 2,000, Your Grace, by the report. 600 lances, 400 mounted bowmen, the rest light. MH. We will not, Your Grace, fight them. I know we will not, Selmy. We will, Your Grace, ride out to meet them on the road tomorrow. We will, Your Grace, stand in their road, the king and his kingsguard, with 12 horse. The Lord of Casterly Rock will not, on a king's road, ride down his own king. Not, Your Grace, with 2,000 witnesses. Not in this season. Not in this realm. He will rein in. He will dismount. He will speak to his king. Your Grace will speak to him. Your Grace will ask him a question. What question? What he is doing on the King's Road north of the Trident with 2,000 horse, Your Grace, without a writ from his sovereign. MH. He will give Your Grace an answer. The answer will be clever. It will not, perhaps, be true. Your Grace will be obliged to take it. Your Grace will ride home behind the column. The column will turn. The matter, Your Grace, will be pushed back by a season, perhaps 2. And then, Your Grace. And then, Selmy. Sir Barristan Selmy looked at his king for a long count. He said quietly, Then, Your Grace, we will be where we were yesterday morning, with a Lannister father at our shoulder, with a Lannister queen at our elbow, with a small Targaryen princess in a northern keep, with a quarrel in the realm that will not on its own go away. MH. Your Grace. Yes. There is, of course, another option. What option? Sir Barristan was very still for a moment. He said, Your Grace might choose in the morning to decline to turn the column. Your Grace might choose, in fact, to ride the column up to Winterfell. Your Grace might choose to be, in the courtyard of Winterfell, the king who delivered Lord Tywin's complaint to Lord Stark in person. Your Grace might be the broker. The realm would, in the doing of it, see Your Grace in a way it has not seen Your Grace for some years. Selmy. Yes. That is a strange counsel. It is, Your Grace. That is a counsel that would put me in the courtyard of Winterfell, with 2,000 Lannister lances behind me. Yes, Your Grace. It would also put me in the courtyard of Winterfell with my friend Ned Stark behind a closed gate looking down at me. Yes, Your Grace. And I would have to, on that morning, decide whether the gate was opening for the king or for the column. Yes, Your Grace. A long silence. Robert Baratheon drank. He said after a time very quietly, Selmy, I have been a poor king. Your Grace. I have not, Selmy. Listen. I have not in 12 years made a hard decision. I have hunted. I have drunk. I have sired sons who are not my sons. I have left the realm to my hand and my queen's father. I have, in the small hours of a great many small mornings in the last decade, looked at myself and wished I had, somewhere along the road, made a decision that mattered. Your Grace. Selmy, hush, let me say this. I am, perhaps, going to make one in the morning. Yes, your grace. It will not, perhaps, be the right one. Your grace. But it will be mine, Sir Barristan. Yes, your grace. I think, in the morning, that I will not turn his column. Your grace. I think I will ride at the head of it. I think I will lead it up the King's Road. I think I will lead it, in fact, all the way up to the gates of Winterfell. I think on the morning we arrive, I will go up to those gates alone with my King's Guard and my crowned stag banner, and I will shout up at the wall, and I will say in my own voice what I have decided. Your Grace. Yes, Selmy. What will your Grace have decided by then? By then, Selmy, I will have decided either to put my friend in chains and take his wards, or to throw down my crown. A silence. Sir Barristan, the bold, looked at his king. After a long while he said, very quietly, Your Grace. Yes. In all my 50 years of serving kings, I have never, until this evening, heard a king speak that sentence. MH. Your Grace, that is not the sentence of a king who is going to die on a throne. No, Selmy. That is the sentence of a king who has, in 18 years, finally decided what the throne is for. He drank the rest of his wine. The fire popped. The King's Road, in the cold evening light, ran on south to the Trident and north to Winterfell, and somewhere on it Lord Tywin Lannister's column was making its camp for the night, and somewhere ahead of it, at the gates of Winterfell, 3 small new wet dragons were learning the names their rider had given them. In Winterfell, 3 days later, the northern banner came down off the high pole over the east gate, and a different banner went up in its place. The new banner had been sewn in a hurry by Catelyn Stark and 3 of her ladies in 2 long nights by candlelight in the Lord's chamber. The new banner was 3 colors. The cloth was white. The cloth had on its left half the running gray direwolf of House Stark in fine gray thread. The cloth had on its right half the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen in red on black. Between them, where the 2 halves of the cloth met, were stitched in small careful gold thread the words, I will not let them. Catelyn had insisted on the words. The banner went up the high pole at dawn on the 3rd day. The wind, by some northern grace, was steady from the east, and the banner caught it cleanly and unfurled and snapped, once, twice, 3 times, and stood out clean in the morning sun. Below it, in the courtyard, in dark mail, with a long northern sword at his hip and a small iron Stark fosterling badge no longer at his collar, for he had taken the iron off, very carefully, the night before, and laid it in a small carved wooden box on a small carved table in the Lord's solar, with a small folded paper that said, for your son, when he sits in your chair, stood Wystan Targaryen, 22 years old, no longer Wystan in any room of any keep in Westeros. Beside him, in a fine gray cloak with a small bronze and red dragon on her shoulder, and the 2 other small new dragons curled in 2 leather slings against her chest, stood Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen, 13.5 years old, hooded no more, with her moonlight hair loose down her back and her violet eyes very bright in the cold sun. She did not, on this morning, smile. She did not, on this morning, weep. She only stood, looking up at the banner, with her 2 small hands at her sides and her 3 small dragons making 3 small content sounds against her cloak. Eddard Stark and Catelyn Stark stood on the steps behind them. Robb Stark, 12 years old now in his small gray wool, with the small pewter direwolf at his collar, stood at his father's right hand. Sansa, Arya, Bran, Rickon, the household, stood behind them on the steps with Septa Mordain and Barona and Mira, and the kitchen and the stables and the watch and the Meister and Sir Roderick, and Theon Greyjoy in dark northern mail with a small iron kraken at his collar and a long Greyjoy axe at his hip. There was no one else in the courtyard. The household, all of them, were on the steps. A horn sounded on the wall. A second horn sounded behind it, from the east gate. A third horn, very far off, from the high battlement above the south tower. The bell began. In the Wolf's Wood on the east road in the cold autumn morning, 3,000 northern horse, for they had been gathering quietly for 2 moons, at small camps along the King's Road and the East Road and the Western Road, answered the bell. The great John Umber's banner came up. The Manderley Merman came up. The Karstark Sun came up. The Mormont Bear came up. The Glover Silver Iron Hand came up. The Serwyn Axe came up. The small reed banner of the Lizard Lion came up at the head of 1,000 Crannogmen on the moor, 8 leagues to the south, under Lord Howland Reed's small green eyes. The mountain clans came down off the high passes in their grey wool with their stone axes. The Tallhearts came up out of Torrens Square. The Hornwoods came down from the moors. The North had risen. The North had risen in answer not to a Stark banner, but to a banner that had a Stark banner on its left half and a Targaryen on its right. The North had risen in answer to a small girl on the steps of Winterfell, with 3 small dragons curled against her chest. The North had risen in answer to a single northern lord who, in 17 years, had asked nothing of his bannermen but a great deal of patience, and was, this morning, asking for something else. The North had risen. Lord Tywin Lannister's column, on the King's Road 12 leagues south of Winterfell, met King Robert Baratheon at the head of his own column at the 2nd hour past dawn that same morning. The king, on a black gelding with his Kingsguard at his elbow and his crowned stag banner above him, did not, this morning, bellow. The king said only, in a clear voice that carried up and down the King's Road, "Tywin, Your Grace, I have decided what we are doing. Your Grace, you will turn, my lord, you will turn around. You will ride home to Casterly Rock. You will do this because I, your king, am ordering you to do it, and because, my lord, you have come up this road without a writ from me. And you are at this moment in a great deal of trouble that I would prefer you and I and my queen, your daughter, and my sons, that are your grandsons, not have to discuss in any council chamber south of the neck. Are we clear, Tywin?" Tywin Lannister, on his great pale war horse, with his great mane of pale red hair tied back, and his cold green eyes very steady on the king, looked at him a long count of 10. He said, "Your Grace, I came north because I had heard." "You heard what I told you to hear, my lord, which was nothing at all. You came north because your daughter sent you a letter against my command. The letter is, by the grace of a great many small ravens that have been flying around this kingdom for 15 years, in my pocket." He drew from inside his cloak a small folded paper. He held it up. "I have it here, Tywin. I read it last night by the fire. Sell me read it. Sir Barristan, would you tell my lord of Casterly Rock what was in his daughter's letter? It said, my lord, send the host. Send the host, Tywin. Your Grace. You will turn the column. You will ride home. You will tell my queen, your daughter, when next you have her ear, that her king has read her letter. You will, in the next month, surrender to me the small, slim man who has been writing on her behalf to a great many places. You will, in the next year, sit down at the small council, and you and I, my lord, will discuss what is to be done about what has happened in this kingdom in the last 15 years between 2 old friends. Are we clear?" A long silence on the King's Road. Tywin Lannister was a man who, in 63 years of careful play, had been embarrassed in public twice. He was now, in his lifetime, being embarrassed for the third time in front of his own column by a king who had been a fool for 12 years and had this morning, somehow, in some quiet hour of some quiet road, become a king again. He looked at his king. He looked at Sir Barristan Selmy. He counted the cards in his hand. The cards in his hand were not enough. The fray behind him had laughed at the toll, but the fray, in any open fighting on a King's Road, would not be fighting. The river lords in any fighting on the King's Road would not be fighting. The Reach was in the south. The Stormlands were in the south. The north, by the small private reports he had received in the last 2 nights, was rising on its own, and was rising not on a Stark banner but on something else. He was, on this King's Road on this morning, alone. He did the only thing a man with 63 years of careful play in him could do. He bowed his head, very slightly, to his king. He said, in a perfectly even voice, "As your grace commands." "Aye." "The column will turn." "Aye." "Your grace." "Yes, Tywin." "This is not over." "No, Tywin, it is not. But it is this morning not in your hands." Tywin's cold green eyes did not move from Robert's face. "No, your grace," he said, "I see that it is not." He turned his great pale horse. He raised his great pale gauntleted hand. The column, behind him, turned. It turned slowly. It turned with the slow ill grace of 2,000 horse who had been 6 days on a road they had not been entirely told the truth about. The column went south. Robert Baratheon watched it go for a long time. Then he turned his black gelding and he rode north, and he came up the King's Road to the gates of Winterfell. And at the gates of Winterfell, which had been, by Catelyn Stark's careful reading of the morning, opened a quarter hour before the king's banner came in sight. He rode in across the cobbles, and he saw the new banner on the high pole over the east gate, and he laughed, suddenly, a great rolling Robert Baratheon laugh, and he said, in his great voice that carried up and down the courtyard, "Stark, Robert, you raised the banner." "I did, Robert." "Without telling me." "Without telling you." "In my reign." "Yes, Robert." "You old gray lying." "Yes, Robert." "Damn you, Ned." "Yes, Robert." The king dismounted. He embraced his old friend. He held him by the shoulders. He looked at him. He said, very low so that only Ned would hear, "I have brought your column home for you, you gray ghost. I turned Tywin on the road. He has gone south. He is, this hour, under my watch, going to remain under my watch until I have decided what to do with him. He will not, this year, raise a banner against you." "Robert." "Hush, Ned, listen. I have been thinking about my reign. I have been thinking about it on the road. I am Ned. I am, perhaps, going to reign for some little while longer, and I am going to do it differently. I am, in the next year, going to ride to the Reach, to the Riverlands, to the Stormlands, to the West. I am going to reign this year in person for the first time in 12 years. I am going to gather what I can of my own. I am going to look at what has been done in my name." "Robert." "Yes." "That is a great deal of work." "Aye." "And you are not, Robert. You are, with respect, not a young man any longer." "No, Ned, I am not. But I am a king. I have been a poor one. I have decided to be, in the time I have left, a less poor one. Will you help me?" "Yes, Robert." "Good." He turned. He looked up at the new banner on the high pole. "Damn fine banner, Stark. Catelyn made it." "Of course she did. She sews better than my queen ever has." "I and Stark." "Yes." "Where is the small fire-immune lass?" She was on the steps. She was, in fact, walking down them with her 3 small new dragons in their leather slings against her chest. She came across the cobbles, very carefully in her gray cloak, and she stopped 2 paces in front of the king. She did not, this morning, bow. "Your Grace." "Child, I have something to show you." "MH." She held up her right hand. Out of the leather sling at her shoulder, the small bronze and red dragon poked his small wet head and yawned and looked with his small wet bronze and red eye at the king. He blinked at the king once slowly, the way a sleepy cat blinks at a dog. Then he settled his small bronze and red head back against her cloak. Robert Baratheon, king of the 7 kingdoms, looked at the small dragon for a long moment. He drew breath. He said very quietly, "Gods." "Your Grace." "They are real then?" "Yes, Your Grace." "They are small." "They are a moon old, Your Grace." "MH." "Your Grace." "Yes, child." "I've given them their names. They each have the name I dreamed for them. They are mine. They will not, while I am young, hurt anyone you do not tell me to hurt them for. I would have you know that. They are not Westerosi creatures, and they are not, perhaps, all Your Grace would prefer to see in your kingdom. But they are mine. And, Your Grace, they are the last thing my mother gave me. My mother dreamed them. Maester Luwin says my mother carried the dream of them across the narrow sea. They are, in their way, hers. MH. Will you, Your Grace, will you? She stopped. She did not finish. Robert Baratheon, very slowly, very heavily, lowered himself down on one knee in the courtyard of Winterfell. He brought his great red, ruddy face level with hers. He looked at the small bronze and red dragon poking out of her cloak. He looked at the small moonlight one, which had now also poked out on her other shoulder. He looked at the small midnight one, which had been, until that moment, asleep at the back of her neck, but had now opened one small black eye to look at him. "Child," Robert said quietly, "will I hurt them?" "Yes, Your Grace." "No, child. No, I will not hurt them, not these 3. They have done me no wrong. They are a moon old, and they are yours." "Thank you, Your Grace." MH. He stood up with effort. He looked at Ned. He looked back at her. He said very low, almost to himself, "Lyanna would have loved them. The lass. She would have loved them. My foster father has told me about her, Your Grace." "Aye, child, I am sure he has." He drew breath. He turned. He spoke in the great Robert voice that carried to every wall of the courtyard. "Listen, all of you. Listen. The North has raised a banner this morning. The banner is on the high pole. The banner is a wolf and a dragon and a sentence sewn between them in gold thread. The banner is mine. I am declaring it. Are we clear, North?" There was a small, surprised silence. Then, from the steps, from the wall, from the towers, from the barracks, and at last from the high battlement above the east gate, 3,000 northern voices answered in the slow northern way, "Aye, Your Grace." "Good." He turned back to Eddard Stark. "Stark." "Yes." "Take me up. I am hungry. There is a thing I would like to discuss with your Maester." "What, Robert?" "How old does a dragon have to be, in your Maester's reading, before it can carry a small king on its back?" Ned, very softly, laughed. Robert. I, Ned. Come up, come up. We will discuss many things tonight. They went up. Behind them, in the courtyard, in the cold northern sun, Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen turned, with her 3 small new dragons in their leather slings against her cloak, and looked up, very steadily, at the new banner on the high pole. She did not, this morning, weep. She had been told, years ago, by an old wolf-cloaked man on a deck in the rain, that there had been enough killing of dragons. She had been told in the years since that there had also been enough hiding of them. The world had at last agreed to know. The morning was cold. The banner was tall. She raised her small white hand to it, in the way she had raised it once to the king on the steps of the keep, in the way her foster father had raised his hand once to her foster mother on the back of his horse before he had ridden out the east gate, and she said, in her own 13-year-old voice, very quietly, words none of the northern lords beside her would, in years afterward, ever entirely admit they had heard. Hello, kingdom. I am Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen, the last of the dragons, and I have been raised at Winterfell, and I have been kept safe by a wolf, and I have been loved by a Tully, and I have grown up under the heart tree of the north, and I am, in this hour, your queen. Or I will be, in time. I am today only a girl on a step, but I will be your queen, kingdom. I will, in time, sit on the throne my brother Rhaegar would have sat on, and I will sit on it well. I have been, all my life, only ever a Stark of Winterfell. I will, when I am queen, never forget it. I will be, all my life, your queen and your daughter and your sister and your wolf. Are we clear, kingdom? The wind moved the banner. The kingdom did not answer. The kingdom did not need to. The kingdom had heard. Far above her, the small bronze and red dragon poked his head out of his sling and looked at the banner and yawned, and breathed a small soft puff of smoke into the cold northern morning. And the smoke, in the cold air, went up, 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 until it was a small dark thread against the northern sky, and was gone. That night, in the great hall of Winterfell on the long trestles, the king ate venison at the high table next to his old friend, and drank wine from a great silver cup, and laughed his great Robert laugh again and again, in the slow rolling way Catelyn had remembered from 16 years before. Wystan Targaryen sat at the high table on the king's left hand. Daenerys Targaryen sat at the high table on the king's right hand. The 3 small new dragons, very full of warm milk and small chopped chicken, slept in 3 leather slings on the back of her chair. The Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy stood behind the king's chair. Sir Barristan, the household had begun to notice, had been smiling very faintly all evening, a thing the Lord Commander Sir Barristan Selmy had not, by a great many witnesses, done in some 20 years. Catelyn watched him for a quarter-hour at supper. Then she leaned, very carefully, across the cushion of her own chair, and laid her hand over Ned's hand on the cup, and she said, very softly, in a voice for him alone, "My love." "Yes, Cat." "Look at Sir Barristan." He looked. He looked for a long moment. Then, very quietly, he smiled. "Aye," he said, "aye, he is glad. He has been waiting a great many years to be glad, my love. He has. He served Ares. He did. He stood behind Rhaegar at the Trident. He did. And tonight he is standing behind Rhaegar's sister. Aye, my lady. Eddard. Yes, my love. You did well." Aye. Eddard Stark drew breath. He looked at his lady wife. He looked at the small girl with the moonlight hair on the king's right hand. He looked at the long-jawed boy in dark mail on the king's left. He looked at the king, who was at this moment laughing at something Maester Luwin had said. He looked at the great hall and at the household and at the new banner on the high wall above the high table. The wolf and the dragon, I will not let them. I'd help Cat, he said. I know, my love. From you. From me. From Howland Reed, from Wyman Manderley, from Luwin, from a small man on a small canal in Bravos, from a kitchen boy at the edge of the neck, from a wolfhound named Ghost, from a heart tree. From all of them. And, in the end, from a small 13-year-old girl who, on a step, said I am sorry to a king. That, my love. That, my love. He kissed her wrist, very lightly, the way he had not kissed it since the night he had come home from the Tower of Joy. The hall went on around them. The fire popped. Far to the south, in a small chamber off the Queen's solar in the Red Keep, a queen with green eyes and yellow hair was, at this same hour, reading a small folded letter that had come up to her by a fast bird. The letter was in the hand of her father. The letter said only, he has us. The king has the spider's small, slim man. The king has my column. The king is in Winterfell. The dragons have hatched. We are no longer in the play, T. The Queen Cersei Lannister read the letter twice. She sat for a long while at her desk in her green and silver. Then, very slowly, she put her face into her white hands and she began, in a way she had not done since she was a girl in Casterly Rock, to weep. Her 3 children, in their separate chambers, slept. The kingdom, in the dark, slept. In Winterfell, in the Lord's chamber, in the small hours of a long good night, Eddard Stark held his lady wife in his arms, and felt her breathing against his shoulder, and looked up at the stars over the godswood through the small high window, and thought, for a moment, of an old Maester long ago who had sat in a small turret making lists, of a wreck on a rock, of a babe in a sodden bundle, of a small folded paper in his own hand that said 46 letters, and had grown to 47 and 48, and a great many more besides. He thought also of the road yet to come, of Tywin Lannister who would not forget, of the Queen Cersei who would, in her own way, claw, of the small slim man at court who would in time be brought up to the north in chains, of the Boltons in their squat black toad, of the Greyjoys on their salt rocks, of the citadel and the faceless men and the free cities, of the wall, and of the small old slow things behind it, whose first whispers had begun, by Maester Luwin's reading, to come up out of the moors in the last winter. He thought of all of them. And he thought, also, of the small new bronze-and red dragon poking its head out of a leather sling at the supper table. He thought, it begins. We have laid the stones for 15 years. The road will be long, the road will be hard. But the road, for the first time, is laid, and it is hers. He kissed his wife's forehead. He slept. In the small chamber across the corridor, the small Lady Sara, Daenerys Stormborn, lay in her bed, with 3 small warm new dragons curled in a heap on her pillow, and she did not, this night, dream of an egg. She did not, this night, dream of fire. She dreamed, instead of a long northern road, in spring, with green at its verges and the wind in her hair, and the small pale road dust under the hooves of a great black horse she had never seen before, and on either side of her, on horses she knew, 2 riders. A tall gray one with gray eyes and a long dark one with violet, and behind them all, a small northern girl on a small gray pony with a great muddy grin who was not, perhaps, Arya Stark, and was, perhaps, going to be. The road, in the dream, ran south. The road ran far. The road ran on. She slept. In the morning, before the bells, before the porridge, before the household had begun, in its slow northern way, to wake, Wystan Targaryen got up from his bed in the dark and went down the back stair to the Lord Solar in his nightshirt and a wool cloak. The door of the Solar was closed. He stood in the corridor a long moment. Then he knocked, very softly, with one knuckle. There was a pause. Then Eddard Stark's voice on the other side of the door said, "Come in, lad." He went in. Eddard was at the desk in his nightshirt with a small folded parchment in his hand. He had been awake, perhaps, for some time. He looked up. "Wystan, father, sit." He sat. After a while, Wystan said in a voice that was very low, "Father, I came to give you a thing. When I was 9, on a deck in the rain, you gave me a small iron token, with the running wolf on one face and a small leaping fish on the other. You told me to wear it under my tunic, always. You said that if we were ever parted and I was ever in trouble, and I could find a man flying the wolf banner, I should show him the token, and he would take me in. He would not ask questions. I remember, lad. I have worn it, father, for 13 years. I took it off last evening in the courtyard before the king. I have, for 17 days now, kept it in a small carved wooden box on a small carved table in this Solar. I had thought I would give it to your son when your son sits in your chair. I would like, this morning, to take it back." Eddard Stark looked at him. "Lad, why?" "Because I am, today, beginning to learn how to be a Targaryen out in the daylight, father. I have been Wystan Manderly 13 years. I have been Viserys Targaryen in private for the same 13 years. Today, I have to learn, between those two, how to be the third thing. The thing my sister will need her brother to be. The thing the kingdom will need a Targaryen prince to be. I will only do it well if I am, every morning, also still the boy who wore your token. The boy who was given a token by a northern man on the deck of a ship in the rain. The boy who agreed not to run and did not run. He is the better man in me. I will need to remember him. Will you let me keep him?" Eddard Stark stood up. He went to the small carved table at the corner of the Solar. He opened the small carved wooden box. He took out the small iron token. He came back across the rug. He laid the token on the table by the candle. He said very quietly, "Take it, lad. Wear it under your shirt. Wear it on the day you ride south. Wear it, lad, when you are a man with a sword on his hip in front of an iron throne. Wear it on the day my son sits in my chair. Wear it on the day Daenerys Stormborn sits on hers. Wear it the morning you bury me. It is yours. I gave it to you. I am not, lad, I am not taking it back." The boy picked up the token. He held it in his fist a long time. He said, very low, "Thank you, father." He stood up. He set the token, very carefully, against his chest under his nightshirt. He turned. He bowed very slightly to his foster father, and he went out. Eddard Stark sat at his desk a long while. Then he took up his quill and a fresh sheet of parchment and wrote at the top the date and a single line. 48 letters. The road begins. He set the parchment aside. He blew out the candle. The day went on. The kingdom went on. The road, at last, went on.